Our council meeting, in the interest of time efficiency and ensuring that everyone who wishes to do so to address the council is given opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public. If you desire to be recognized by the chair, please fill out a request form and present it to the city clerk present in the council chambers. Each speaker shall be allotted 3 minutes to address the council. Unless such time is extended by the mayor or questions from council, group shall designate a spokesperson to avoid repetition of comments. Every effort will be made to avoid interrupting speakers. Thank you for participating in your city government, and please silence all electronic devices. And we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Robertson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Urban.
Here.
And Councilmember Fletcher.
Here. All right, well, everyone please stand for and I'd like to welcome Pastor Nathan Blackwell from Cornerstone Church for the invocation.
May we pray together. Heavenly Father, we come before you with deep gratitude in our hearts for all the amazing blessings that we enjoy that we often take for granted. Thank you for our freedom. Thank you for a country that is being blessed with prosperity. We thank you also, Lord, for people that are standing in harm's way, protecting us. We pray, God, you'd watch over all of those who are serving us, many on foreign lands. We pray you might keep them safe and bring them back home to their families. I pray, Father, you would bless all of our first responders who watch over our cities and those especially watch over the city of St. Cloud. We thank you for their service, and we pray, God, you might keep them safe. I pray, Lord, for our city. Father, you have blessed us. We have grown and so many challenges, but so many good things. Thank you, God, for a great city. Thank you for those who serve on our staff, who faithfully take care of all the day-to-day business that keeps our city running well. I pray, Father, you might bless each of them and bless all of their families. I pray especially for our city council tonight. I pray, God, you might give them wisdom. I pray that they might could engage in debate. I pray that they might could listen carefully to each other as well as the concerns that will be shared by our citizens. And then, Lord, I pray as they make decisions, I pray that they would have wisdom as they make them. And Heavenly Father, last of all, we just thank you for your great love for us, your unconditional love. And I pray, Father, that everyone here might come to experience that love firsthand. We pray all of this in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, my Savior and Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Blackwell. Will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, City Manager, do you have anything for us tonight?
Yes, I have a few changes. Thank you, Mayor. From the consent agenda, I'd like to remove from the agenda consent item number 9, the Walker preliminary subdivision plan. Also, I would like to ask that council action number 1, which is the special event fees, be read together with public hearing number 2, which is ordinance 2025-58. I'd also like to ask that we read together council action number 3 with public hearing number 3. They're both for the Harvest Grove project. That's ordinance 2025-67. And I'd like to remove from the agenda public hearing number 9, ordinance 2025-78 regarding the entertainment district. That's all. Thank you.
Excuse me. All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, and first up, we have a presentation for Employee of the Month of November by Rose Testerman.
Mayor, council members, and members of our community, it is my honor to recognize our Employee of the Month, Oakley Gray. When I was notified that my submission for Oakley had won Employee of the Month, I sat down and I wrote a little speech, and it was very formal, so it was incredibly boring, and it didn't embody who we are here in Parks and Recreation, let alone our small and mighty division of 2. So we're gonna take care of some quick housekeeping. I nominated Oakley because he helped us win a bunch of awards, and those awards are just one example of Oakley's dedication to special events, not only bringing recognition to our events, but to our city as a whole. And Oakley is the definition of innovation when it comes to our city's core values. Just trust me on this, we won't get into the nitty-gritty. So now that we've covered that, we're gonna talk about Oakley's passion. He actually unknowingly, or probably knowingly, because I'm not great at keeping secrets, helped write this speech. Many of you may not know, but our beloved mascot, Sammy the Sandhill Crane, was born out of Oakley's creativity. If there was no Oakley, there would be no Sammy. I asked Oakley to use 3 words to describe Sammy. Oakley described Sammy as adventurous, friendly, and compassionate. As the person who brought Sammy from an idea to a loved member of our city, I believe Oakley exemplifies these same qualities. Oakley is adventurous in the way he tackles challenges, never letting anything we come across stop him in getting things done and pushing for the utmost success. He is compassionate in how he approaches our work, always thinking about how every aspect of our events will have an impact on our community. And of course, Oakley is friendly. If you have the pleasure of working with him or knowing him, you know that he brings a warmth around him. Event days are always long ones, and Oakley always finds a way to make me laugh. And it's a welcome relief to the stress of a long day. I also want to take a moment to thank you personally. If you were to ask anyone, I would guess that nobody would know that we are a tiny team of 2, putting on the city's largest events. You're truly my right hand. Your hard work, creativity, and constant dedication make all of our events possible. I couldn't ask for anyone better. So without further ado, I'd like to ask our friend, your vision, Sammy the Sandhill Crane, to come out and congratulate you on winning Employee of the Month.
Yes, thank you, Oakley. You are amazing. Obviously, Rose as well. If y'all have ever been to any of the city events, they're the ones that are out there. They spend the time, the months preparing those things, and we look forward to I know we've got a few large ones coming up here, so y'all do an amazing job. Thank you. All right, let me get these. All right, next portion of tonight's meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the City Council wish to speak on a consent item, they have the same opportunity.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to pull item 2 for a separate vote.
that it, council? Good. All right, go ahead, item number 2.
I don't have a comment, it's just for a separate vote.
Okay. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on the consent agenda?
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Good to see y'all.
Can we get your name and address for the record?
Yes, Russell Holmes. I live at 11 Jersey Avenue. I just wanted to speak on the subdivisions, and it's not attacking anybody. I know this is a problem that we've had since I was on City Council, and I just felt like I needed to come up and say something. So, my name's Russell Holmes. I've been in St. Cloud. I've been a resident here for 46 years. Minus 9 years that I left and went in the Navy. And I've seen the city grow. I got here in '79. The population in 1980 was approximately 7,840 by census. And today it's around 71,000 or more. That's over 800% growth in just that 46 years. And we're seeing growth of the last 20 years, 184%. When I moved here, we had Lakeshore to Fortune, we had Lakeshore Park Settlement, 192, and Neptune. Those were your east-west to get out of here or get here. And with 800% growth, that's still the same 3 roads to get east-west. That's very difficult. And the other day I went to a conference and went to a meeting over at Gaylord. Took me an hour and a half to drive 18 miles back. And I hear it all the time, people asking me to run for office. I'd rather not. I know there's not a lot we can do. When I was up there, you know, some of the things we bring up, council would shoot down because our hands are tied. Your hands are tied. People have property rights. They want to sell their property. If a farmer dies, the children don't want to have a farm, then people have the right to buy the property and create a farm. But the developer has a right to buy the property as well and develop. But I came up with, because I know that when people come up here and complain, it's always nice to hear the complaints. We all know what the complaints are. But I wanted to try to come up with 3 proposals that I think may be viable. Number 1, I urge the council and the commission to do an immediate independent audit of our traffic impact fees. Right now, we must ensure that developers are paying a fair share for the road impacts that we're creating, or they're creating, that's being created by all these subdivisions. We keep adding them, and we're adding lights, we're adding traffic, we're adding time to people's commutes. Second, aggressively enforce the concurrency laws. Florida law requires that infrastructure like roads is available concurrent with the impact of the new development. Our roads do not meet this test, and we're failing to enforce those standards, in my opinion. Finally, I'd ask that you vote no tonight, and for future subdivisions, create a short-term moratorium. I'm sorry, I'll wrap up.
No, you're good. Continue on.
Pending new comprehensive traffic study, updating the capital improvement plan, and try to create a real plan to fix our roads before thousands of cars are added to it, thousands more. The final thought, please be partners with the citizens in smart growth, not just architects of our congestion. And I was part of the problem when I was on there. That was very difficult to stop any type of subdivision, but I think we need to work together and come up with solutions. We can't keep going the way we're going. People won't be able to get anywhere. That's it. I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Russ. All right, would anyone else in the audience like to speak on the consent agenda? All right, and let's go ahead and vote on number 2, item number 2. Can I get a motion on item number 2?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
No.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
And can I get a motion for the remaining, the rest of the consent agenda? Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next up is the citizens forum. Any person who desires to comment on any item not on this agenda is provided this opportunity to address the city council. Each person is requested to complete a sign-in form to be provided to the presiding officer prior to or as soon as is practical thereafter. The person addresses the city council. First up, we have Joshua Stenkamp.
I have a prepared statement that I'm going to read from, if that's okay. Good evening, council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Joshua Stenkamp, and I'm here tonight representing Theater in the Cloud. We don't just see ourselves as a community theater in St. Cloud, we are very intentionally St. Cloud's community theater. For the past 5 years, we've poured our hearts into this community. We are more than just actors on a stage, we are your neighbors. We are a dedicated team of volunteers who have donated over 7,500 volunteer hours to the city, a contribution we value at $135,000. We are an organization that provides a creative space for high school students to earn Bright Future Scholarship hours, which they can complete within one show. We provide opportunities for everyone in our community to participate in the arts. We are proudly supported by local sponsors, every single one of them a St. Cloud business. We are goodwill ambassadors, consistently participating in Main Street events, sitting on veterans councils, working with the city's police department with hostage negotiation training, and as you know, we're an essential part to the city's yearly celebrations. We are the only organization offering this kind of programming in all of St. Cloud. We bring new audiences downtown, into our restaurants, our local businesses. We have operated professionally and safely in the Women's Club building for over 3 years, bringing new life and awareness to a beautiful historic space. Our original agreement, which was that brought economic development to the city, was pulled before the expiration date. A new temporary agreement was proposed by Parks and Rec that was unfeasible. The city wanted to charge $3,900 for 13 days of restricted access to the building with a city employee present at all times. As a result, we decided to cancel our highly anticipated Christmas production. We believe this is a problem we can solve together as partners. We are not here tonight to just point out problems. We're here to propose a clear two-part solution. First, we ask that you place this on the agenda for December's council meeting to reinstate our original agreement for the year of 2026 so we can secure our future, continue rehearsals, auditions, and deliver high-quality performances our city expects. Secondly, we would ask for approval of a workshop in January or February of 2026 between Theater in the Cloud, this council, the Parks Department, to sit down together to develop a robust long-term agreement. Let's address the Women's Club building, how it's currently being used, how we can work together with interested parties in creating a mutually beneficial relationship and a large vision for the arts at St. Cloud. The main question we think we need you to answer is, do you think Theater in the Cloud is a mutually beneficial and larger vision for the arts in St. Cloud? I lost my spot. Do you think Theater in the Cloud is valuable to our growing community? It's very important. If so, we'd like all 5 of you to say yes on adding us to the agenda for December 2026 and a public workshop so we can move forward as partners. Any questions that you may have? I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Real quick, I know you've worked with staff. I'm going to dig in and get some more information, but I know they worked hard to come up with an idea and kind of fix that issue that regarding the Women's Club. So I think prior to putting it on a council agenda, I think maybe we need to get more information from staff and possibly have it on a workshop prior to a council meeting to vote on anything. So before we can vote on anything, we need more information.
Understandable. The workshops when do the workshops happen? Is that something that we need to schedule through Parks and Rec or through the council
No, that will
itself?
be us.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be council.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Josh, appreciate you. All right, would anyone else in the audience like to speak during the citizens forum? All right. Next up, we have public hearings. Will the clerk please read item number 1?
Public hearing for resolution number 2025-154R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending resolution number 2025-098R, which adopted the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for the City of St. Cloud, finding the city's manager has certified their prior year fund balances and or current revenues and available in the budget for additional projects and programs for various funds not included in the original budget, requiring the budget to be increased to include said additional funding and variation funds, making supplemental appropriations within the funds.
Good evening, Jeff Cooper, Finance Director. This is budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 25-26. The city manager has certified funds are available to appropriate for these projects. The first major item is a total of $2.5 million from federal grants public safety and $2.502867 from prior year fund balance. And expenditures for fire, salaries and benefits, $3.766 million. Rental of a mobile housing unit, $180,000. And related uniforms, equipment, and services, $1,056,867. And this is for the 2025 Safer Grant Award and the 48 new firefighters, and this is the general fund. And if you have any questions as we go along, feel free to stop me.
The fire chief told me to ask you a lot of questions. That's a joke.
Ask me? No, get him up here.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, there's a little screen here. Thank you. I didn't see that. Next, we have a total of $340,000 in prior year fund balance and $170,000 from a state fire marshal grant, and $510,000 in expenditures for machinery and equipment for a new fire rescue boat. This is also the general fund. We have a total of $180,000 from prior year fund balance and $180,000 in expenditures for machinery and equipment for the purchase of 2 additional police vehicles to replace 2 currently leased vehicles. This is the 1% surcharge fund. We've determined that it's more cost beneficial to purchase rather than lease. So that's why we're doing that. Next, we have a total, this is out of order, did I go too fast? Yep. We have a total of $200,000 from prior year fund balance and expenditures for buildings for window replacement for Civic Center Gym A. This is the 1% surcharge fund. This item was budgeted in fiscal year 24-25. However, it didn't make it through the process in time, so we're just rebudgeting that item. We are budgeting a total of $250,000 from prior year fund balance and $250,000 in expenditures for intergovernmental transfers for project PW 2601 City Hall security improvements. Funding is provided by the 1% surcharge fund. This is for security enhancements for City Hall to be determined. Then we have a total of $851,580 in revenue from interfund transfer and $404,791 in donations, Parks and Recreation. That's from Osceola County. And that money is specific to Parton Triangle Park. And then the other projects, as mentioned, City Hall security improvements and Centennial Park restroom, which is on the next page here. Oops. A total of $601,580 in revenue from prior year fund balance and expenditures for intergovernmental transfers for the same amount to fund project PR 2603, Centennial Park restroom. This project was formerly funded with CRA. We're changing it to Parks Impact Fees Funds, so the funding previously dedicated to this project can go towards the mixed-use downtown parking project. A total of $120,600 in revenue from prior year fund balance and expenditures for operating supplies of $50,200 and machinery and equipment of $70,400 for 1 additional police officer for the lakefront area. This is from police impact fees. So it's $120,600 to outfit each police officer. each new police officer, as you can see. Where are we at now? Skipped one. A total of $106,504 in revenue from prior year fund balance and a reduction of contingency expenditures of $269,576, and expenditures for operating supplies of $376,080 for bunker gear and personal protective equipment for the 48 new firefighters from the SAFER grant, and that is fire impact fees. Oops. And then finally, we have a total of $283,780 in prior year fund balance and expenditures for professional services of $211,050, maintenance contracts of $55,755, and training of $16,975. And this is for upgrade of plan review software and implementation of a digital customer application portal for permits. And this is the building permit fund. Oops. Jeez. This thing is overly sensitive. Staff recommendation is approval of Resolution 2025-154R, and we're asking for City Council approval of Resolution 2025-154R. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer, or I will call on my fellow director if I can't.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, Jeff, can you go back to the fireboat, please?
Yep. Fireboat, okay. So it's a grant of $170,000 and the boat cost is $510,000, so $340,000 of general fund balance is being put towards the purchase of the boat, so we can take advantage of the $170,000 grant.
So the $170,000, that's not, is that what we got from the state? So that wasn't a grant, that was that was the legislative, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and I just wanted to call that out, that we have State Representative Paula Stark that really assisted in getting us that. So I want to thank her. She's here in the audience. And I believe that fireboat was very important to get as we grow as a city. Our lake's going to be used more, and people with boats are going to be out there. And also it'll assist anybody surrounding that large lake. So also, can I get the police chief and the fire chief, ask if they can come up to the podium, please? The dynamic duo.
I guess that makes me Robin, I'm just saying.
Batman and Robin. No, I wanted to thank you guys. Many of these items on here are in support of your agencies. You guys are top-notch protecting our citizens. You know, we were out at a town hall last night at Neptune Middle, and they had their whole command staff, both sides, fire department, police department, and really showed them that public safety is important in our community. And you guys are top-notch, so I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor, may I
Counsel?
ask one question to the
Yes.
police chief and fire chief?
I didn't hear which one he said.
I do recall that there was a few life-saving measures that took place with boats and our fire and police department. As we continue to grow, and I know the need's there, and I know we've been asking for it, and getting granted, I think it's 1/4 of the amount of the boat is good, but could you refresh us? I think it was last year that alone that we had to pull a few people out of the lake to do that, and as we grow, we see more of the use of the lake, and we see a lot more of the jet skis and a lot more of the, I don't want to call them dangerous riders because I'm 62, but a little carefree-er or something like that. So this boat will be used for what purposes, may I ask?
The fire rescue boat, which you'll see later on the agenda, is a full rescue boat. Will carry, obviously, dive equipment if needed for the sheriff's department when they come in. But more primarily, it's going to be used for surface water rescue. In the event that there's a jet ski accident, we can use it to tow boats in that become disabled if they catch fire. Most importantly, it has a fire pump on it. We have a very large boat down there at the lakefront that carries quite a few people. And God forbid there was ever a fire on it, we have a fire pump on this boat, so we'll actually be able to put fire out there in the water. It's long overdue. The boat that it's replacing. It's from 1989. It's just not user-friendly at all. So we're really excited about this boat. We've got a great team that put it together, including some certified captains. They have their own private captain's licenses, so they helped with the design and outfitting of the electronics and the search and rescue stuff on the boat. So we're really we're excited for it.
Thank you, and I agree with the mayor 100% of the great job that they do with the safety of the citizens of St. Cloud. And I did see the boat in 1989. I actually graduated high school in '81, so that boat's got to be pretty old. I yield back
I'll
to you,
just
Mayor.
agree and nod my head nicely. You're not old. The boat is.
I wish you would have already had a dive team. As you know, I asked if you had a wetsuit for the Halloween event. It was kind of cold out there. And thank you, State Representative. It was only 52 degrees in the dunk tank, so.
Well, it's warmer than it
That's
probably
called
is today.
Cold plunge,
so
Mayor. That's a cold plunge.
That's
Thank you,
that's a
guys.
program we are looking at in the future as a dive program. But as you know, we're currently underway of some massive expansion of our firefighters, and that kind of got shelved for a little while. We have a little other operational priorities right now.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Council, do you have any questions on this item? Any comments? Can we get a motion? I'm sorry, Jeff, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul? Aye. Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Will the clerk please read item number 2?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-58, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending the Land Development Code as follows, amending Growth Management Services to read Community Development Department, Article 1, Section 30-2, subsection A, remove refundable performance bond, Section 30.30-3, add a boat ramp hours, 30.4, subsection A, amend dawn to dusk, and read sunrise to sunset, Article 2, Section 30-16, amending major special events definition to special event, removing the event cap of 250 people, and removing major special events definitions, amending Section 30-18, subsection A, subsection 1, the special events, and removing cap of 250 people, Section 30-18, subsection A, subsection 2, removing minor special events, amending Section 30-18, subsection B, removal of daily attendance of 250 persons or greater, amending Section 30-18, subsection C, subsection 1, removing the daily attendance of the event and is greater than 250 persons, or amending Section 30-19, removal of minor special events, Section 30-19, subsection A, limiting the number of special events within a calendar year and setting a reservation requirements, Section 30-19, subsection B, subsection 3, setting requirements for who may act on the organization's behalf, 30-19, subsection C, setting payments, terms, and providing conflict severability codification and effective date.
All right, I'm going to let you catch your breath for a second, but can you read council action number 1 as well?
Resolution number 2025-130R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending the special events fee schedule for events held in the city's regulated property in the City of St. Cloud.
All right, thank you. All right. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. The first item that the city clerk read into the record is the special event ordinance amendment. So this ordinance has been in effect since, I believe, 2016, 2017. It was designed to regulate any events on city property that affects any services, public safety services, parks and rec, public work services. That's how we got to this special event ordinance, but tonight is the amendment to that. And the amendment is based on the comments that we've heard from the mayor and all of the council on things over the last few months. So I hope that all of your comments and issues have been addressed through this amendment. Some of the specific changes, this is going too fast. There we go. Some of the changes, administrative update, it was just in the ordinance, it said gross management services, which we know the department is called community development. We just cleaned up that. We removed the requirement for a refundable performance bond. They provide insurance, event insurance, when people apply for events. The definitions, major and minor special events, we consolidated those into one category, special event. So it'll be one special event. We removed the attendance cap of 250 people. These to go hand in hand, whether it's a minor or major special event. Whether you have 100 people or you have 500 people, it could still require road closures and extra public safety measures. So we want the opportunity to review all events and make sure that our citizens and our assets are protected. Permit requirements, special events distinguish between minor and major. There is no distinction, it's just one now, major. Clarifies that any event that's held on the water or certain businesses that are having events that's outside of their normal operations will require a permit. The reason we're requiring people to pull special event permits when they have it on the water is because there's certain permitting that may be required that we want to make sure the applicant has those permits. It also adds and establishes clear requirements for reoccurring events. An example of a reoccurring event is our very popular downtown monthly market. Currently, the ordinance didn't allow for reoccurring events, and so we added that in there to be able to allow for the downtown type events reoccurring. Also, we put in the language in there that an organization may designate an authorized representative to act on its behalf, but that documentation must come from the organization itself. Also, we added the non-refundable application fee requirements to state that the fee is due at the time of submission or within 3 business days. The reason we added 3 business days is in case somebody did not want to pay with a credit card online, they could always come to the office and pay with check or cash. All operation fees, so that would be Parks and Rec, public work fees, public service fees are due 30 days before the scheduled event date, except for public safety fees. Police and fire are always due after the event. The organizer is always given an estimate of the cost, but the fees then are due afterwards in case there were any changes. Staff recommends approval on this item, and we're requesting City Council approval on ordinance 2025-58. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. City Manager?
And then the fee schedule presentation?
I'll go right after. Okay, sorry.
We're going to vote it all at once?
Well,
Or two
take
votes?
2 separate motions, but since they're related.
Okay, you just have to bear with me while I get to, I think there's quite a few slides.
You're going to get sick looking at that.
I'm not looking at it.
I know.
Yeah. Hey, there was a lot of slides. The next item is the special event fee schedule amendment. There's 3 changes on the fee schedule amendment. The first one is the elimination of the minor special event fee to align with the special event ordinance amendment that I had just gone over. So we're eliminating the minor special event, so we're just striking that out of our fee schedule. We're adding a new fee in there for the closure of the lakefront boat ramp parking lot. So for instance, if somebody is having an event down at the lakefront and they are shutting down the boat ramp parking lot, we're asking them to pay the cost for that closure. And then there's one minor revision that we had to do about the soft barricade fee calculation. We're not changing the fee. We just had to change the method to improve to be able to be compatible with our new OpenGov special event permitting process. So there's no fee change on that. We just had to change how we're collecting it. Those were the only changes on the fee schedule.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it for this one?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on either of these 2 items? Would anyone in the audience? Run on up here, Betty. Don't run. You can walk. Take your time.
This one took me by surprise. As you know, we have a Christmas parade in a few weeks, and we normally close the boat ramp. That's where we stage all the bands, and we have 5 bands, so You're talking quite a few kids. When does
I
this
believe
go
you're
into
already
effect?
in, so they're grandfathered in, I assume, right?
We're a partner in that event, so it's a city-sponsored event, so it's fine.
Okay, I didn't know if
I
I
hope
needed
you've
to go
already
to
started
Dirk and
planning for
have
that,
him
right?
write a check or what. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for everything you do for that parade. It's an amazing parade. All right, council comments on any of these two items. Councilmember Gilbert, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Stephanie, this last weekend was a third annual that I know of, the lantern lighting at Lakeshore, which is a very good event, and it's a franchisee event, and it happens in very many locations throughout this United States. I love the idea, and I love that. It's a for-profit organization. I would estimate between 3,000 to 5,000 people. I know they take up parking on all the state streets up to 10th and sometimes even up to 13th Street for parking. I would like to see us become more partners with them on that franchise deal, because it is one of our larger city events. And again, it's a great event, but we talked about before, I would really like to see us partner more with them for that event. It used to be at Crane's Roost for years, and it outgrew Crane's Roost, and it comes to the city of St. Cloud. We have a downtown Main Street. I don't know if we do trolleys during that time. I don't know what we do to attract more businesses to our downtown area, but we certainly have the audience for it with the 3,000 to 5,000 plus people. So I don't have the answer. I just would like to make the comment here publicly in front of my fellow council and to see us getting more involved with that lantern event as it continues to grow here in the city of St. Cloud. With that, I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with you. There were a lot of people. I think every one of those state streets, probably 5 blocks up, they had cars, and that's a great impact on our community, and not necessarily a positive when it comes to all that traffic. So I think we need to see some benefits out of that. I know it's a great event. I think it's there to honor loved ones. I would also like the city to be a part of that, and somehow find a way to get those people to the downtown, because at Crane Roost, they've got a lot of retail right there, and I know they love having it. I'm sure they loved having all of that traffic, but because there's the 9-block separation, those businesses don't get to enjoy that. So we need to find a way to, I don't know what can be done, but I think we need to, maybe we require that all the parking be in the downtown, and they have to walk down the whole 9 blocks. I don't know.
If I may, Mayor, shuttle buses or anything like that, opportunities, because it starts at 2 p.m. And it usually doesn't happen till the lighting is when it comes dark. So there's a 5-hour window for restaurants for all our downtown. I'd just like to see an economical impact for the city of St. Cloud as we have these events that are major events, and it's a good event. I'd like us to work closely with them, trolleys or something like that, to take them down from Lakeshore to the downtown area. That's what my suggestion, and I agree with you, Mayor. We should partner up with that. I yield back.
Got a whole year to plan, so I think there's some great ideas can come from that. Councilmember Fletcher.
I would absolutely agree. I remember the first year that they came. It is a wildly successful event for the city. Stephanie, maybe you can answer this. Didn't we try to work with the Downtown Business Group and that organization at one time? We tried to find a way to connect and get them downtown. And that would be absolutely amazing if we could do that. The businesses would definitely have an impact. I actually do like the idea of putting some parking, a little bit of parking restrictions on it that would actually spur some economic development downtown. Because Florida Avenue is right there with the parking there by the church.
So essentially what it did, it just paid for whatever barricades, maybe some, or police?
To the best of my knowledge, if I can remember the invoice. So yeah, they paid for some concrete barricades, soft barricades, which are the stand-up ones. They paid for all the trash cans. They did pay for Parks and Rec staff.
Public safety.
Yeah, they paid for public safety, police. Fire was not needed. Fire services were not needed. But yeah, they did. They paid.
And they pay the non-resident rate. So we do make.
Yeah.
So the resident rate just covers costs, but the non-resident rate is where we make a little bit.
Yes, sir.
If I may, Mayor. I get it, and I think it's great, but we're looking at some tangibles, the cleanup afterwards. Did they do a good job? Yeah. Was it stress on on that department? Sure. Fire, when you said it was not needed. It's always good till it's not good, and with that many people gathering in a public area, I think fire and EMS stationed there, which I think we're the safest city. I keep saying that, but we have great fire and police department. So that's why I want to partner more to anticipate the growth of this venue and to see how the city can benefit and how we also can keep it the safest city in the state of Florida. That's my comments of observation over 3 years from Mr. Mayor.
No, and I agree. I think that not only that, but it puts stress on our roads. It puts stress on the families that live those 5 blocks up all the way across the lake. If somebody's coming in and it's great. I think it's a great event, but I think we also have to look at, these are people that live down there in those 5 blocks up. How many homes are impacted by this? And I think that for them to be out there and tie up the whole lakefront, I think we do need to have more of a stake in it. And so I agree with you on that.
I have something.
Councilmember Paul.
Back to the trolley idea. I think it's a great opportunity to work with St. Cloud Main Street, who has also brought up this idea about trolleys and back and forth and supporting the downtown area. I think is definitely needed. So if we can also work with St. Cloud Main Street on, working together and how we can do that, that would be great. And then I have another question for Stephanie regarding the fee schedule for the boat, the closure for the boat ramp. What does that cost? Great question.
So the total cost to close it for a day is $282, which is 46 parking spaces times $6 a space.
Thank you.
So are you suggesting that Main Street buy all the trolleys?
No, I'm not suggesting
I'm
that.
just kidding. I want to see Paula's reaction. You'll be up next, I think. You're coming up.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
And this question is for staff. First, I'd like to say thank you. I know this has been a lot of work to put this ordinance together. I know we've had a lot of feedback over the last couple of months. And speaking with different folks who put events on throughout the city, one of the challenges is, especially with vendors and getting the appropriate insurance documentation. Is there a way that we can incorporate in the ordinance a waiver or something for them to sign a waiver so that they don't have to go through that whole process, where we wouldn't have, where they could basically say they're not going to sue the city or something? Maybe that's a question for Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to refer to Dan for that.
So we've been working with risk management to address that issue, especially as it relates to what you might call the minimal risk type of vendors. We're not put aside food trucks, people that make food, sort of axe throwers, those kind of things. But we're talking about more, and we've been working with risk management to try to see if we can get some sort of access to an umbrella policy that the city could acquire, and then as part of the cost to be part of an event, an independent vendor who's selling some wares, again, low risk type wares, might be able to pay a little bit more, a small amount of money per vendor, so to cover the cost of that. So we are looking at that, trying to work through that to see if we can get put some relief on, because we have heard that is an issue for the vendors. Every vendor that participates in every event also already signs a waiver. They sign a waiver and a release and a hold harmless. So they're already saying they're going to provide. What we're really talking about is the insurance component.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, may I comment on that? And the private sector, the insurance waivers, insurance are super important, because when something happens, they always go after the folks with the biggest pockets. And us being the city, that would be the biggest pockets in these events. Now, there are events that the event holder holds a umbrella position on insurance, and the vendors can sign up and pay a minimum amount for that to be insured under that event umbrella. But I truly think as a city, we really need to look at the insurance being a huge part of our watch, because being in the private sector, when something happens, the vendor's not normally the one that gets sued. It's normally the general contractor, whoever has the largest input. And our city has the biggest exposure in all these events. So I'd just like to be conscious of that. We want to make it friendly, but we should hold the event folks, and they can get an insurance umbrella that the vendors can get insurance through them. I think this is one of the biggest things we need to continue, is to make sure the city's insured, because we work for the citizens. And if something happens, small or big, they're going to come after the city in those events, is what I've seen in the past. I just want the council to hear my input on that, and it's up to the council's decision, but insurance is very important for every vendor for all of our events. I yield back to you, Mayor. I just wanted.
And Deputy Mayor, so the events that we're talking about where the city has risk exposure on are events that occur on city property. The city has extremely adequate insurance to cover it. So there is insurance coverage that's out there for any of these events that occur on it, even if even if the injury, for lack of a better expression, is caused by a vendor. The city's insurance carrier will still cover that. What we typically do is our insurance carrier wants us to transfer some of that risk to the participants, to the vendor. And that's why we require them to sign releases, waivers, and if it's affordable, the insurance piece based on the risk. So be assured that these events are fully insured and fully covered to protect the citizens in the city.
Yeah, and I agree with you, City Attorney, but exposure is a big thing, and cost of insurance is always raising. So when we bring our risks down, when we do our audits for risk evaluation for insurance, we'll have a better insurance policy at lower risk for the citizens of St. Cloud if we are not being bunched into that event. So I know we have great insurance, but I'd like to keep it at the lowest level possible. And that's the only thing I brought up to City Council, because we don't have the chance to talk about that. Less exposure means less rates, lower rates for the city of St. Cloud. I yield back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, any other council comments? Stephanie, thank you again. I know you put a lot of work into this, and as our city continues to grow, the events will continue to grow, and this was much needed, so thank you very much. You and your whole team do a great job over there.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you again for Soldier City Sunday. I want to plug that, and we'll talk about that later, but.
It was fun.
You know, your whole team, everybody, including the deputy city manager and city manager, everybody did a great job contributing to that, so.
Thank you. Yes, it was my staff, they did most of the work, so I will let them know. They did a great job.
All right, and can we get a motion?
We need a motion on the ordinance and then a motion on the resolution on the fees.
Motion on public hearing number 2.
Motion to approve public hearing number 2.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Is that you? Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And will the clerk please read, I'm sorry, can I get a motion on council action number 1?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please read item number 3 and the public hearing number 3 and council action number 3?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-67, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changes zoning designation approximately plus minus 17.35 acres identified as Harvest Grove PUD project PUD 24-00005 from R1B single family dwelling to PUD planned unit development preliminary master final plan PUD PUD PMP FMP, generally located north of East Earl of Bronson Memorial Highway, east of South Narcoossee Road and south of Lillian Knee Road, west of Puffin Road, providing for entering the designation official zoning map and filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date. Request City Council's approval of the preliminary subdivision plan for Harvest Grove, formerly known as Nona Townhomes, PSP 25-00002.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for the for the PUD preliminary master plan and final master plan for the project known as Harvest Grove PUD. This is an aerial depiction of the property. The subject property is generally located south of Lillian Lee Road and west of Puffin Road. The property comprises approximately 17.35 acres of land. Sorry, it's skipping. The subject property was annexed into the city of St. Cloud through ordinance number 2025-12 and received a future land use designation of medium density residential by ordinance number 2025-13. The applicant is requesting to change their zoning from R1B to planned unit development or PUD. The maximum density in medium density residential is 10 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is proposing 136 single family attached units, 60 will be front-loaded and 76 will be rear-loaded. The proposed density of this project is 7.97 dwelling units per acre, which is below the maximum of 10. Concurrently, which I will present next, there is a preliminary subdivision plan that is also being considered this evening. Here's a graphic representation of the existing medium-density residential future land use. Oh, I'm sorry, it keeps skipping. I don't know if I'm holding the button too long. Just give me a second here. There we go. This is a graphic depiction of what the area will look like should the PUD zoning be approved. Here is the proposed plan for the PUD preliminary master plan, which includes the final master plan. They're doing this as a combination application. The plan includes landscape buffers along Puffin Road and a 25-foot landscape buffer along the entire perimeter of the development. The proposed open space provided is 5.21 acres, which is over the minimum requirement of 4.27 acres. They are proposing to have enhanced amenities, which includes 0.36 acres of a walking trail, workout stations along the trail, a dog park, playground, and swing set, and they are connecting the sidewalks with the community and trail network. And they are proposing to have additional separation between the buildings. The minimum required is 10 feet, and they are proposing 15 feet. On or before August 19th, 2025, staff recommended approval. At their meeting on October 21st, 2025, Planning Commission also recommended approval. Likewise, it is requested that City Council approve ordinance number 2025-67 for the PUD zoning, preliminary master plan, final master plan for the project known as Harvest Grove, formerly known as Nona Townhomes. I'm going to go ahead and roll right into the next presentation. Where do I point this so that it doesn't skip? Maybe there. Okay. This case before you tonight is for the preliminary subdivision plan for the project known as Harvest Grove, formerly known as Nona Townhomes. Again, the subject property is located south of Lillian Lee and west of Puffin Road and comprises 17.35 acres of land. The future land use is medium density residential, and as I said in the previous presentation, the proposed zoning district is PUDs, and they are proposing to build 136 single-family dwelling units, which will be attached townhomes, 60 front-loaded, 76 rear-loaded. Okay, again, here's the same plan. I can go over it again if there are any questions later. On or before September 12th, 2025, staff recommended approval. Likewise, it is requested that City Council approve PSP 25-0002 for the preliminary subdivision plan for the project known as Harvest Grove. At this time, staff is available for questions. The applicant is also present, and they have a presentation for council as well.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening. Cameron Hendel with Hanson Walter Associates at 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida. And I just want to thank you for your time and thank you for staff for everything that they've done to help us with this. Sorry. There we go. This is for the Harvest Grove PUD. As Melissa Dunklin explained, it's for 136 units. Project overview, the developer is Lennar Homes. The project is located north of 192, east of Narcoossee Road, south of William Lee, located along Puffin Road. Currently, it has a future land use of medium density. We're proposing 136 units. As you can see on the map, the location. The future land use was approved back on March 13th, 2025, under ordinance 2025-13. Through that future land use, it approved up to 10 units per acre. We are currently proposing 7.97. As we stated earlier, there are 60 front-loaded units, 76 rear-loaded units. The pricing is market-driven, but is priced for affordability. As we know in our market, we need some affordable options, and this will provide that. As far as the community, we're providing 22% above the required open space to provide a better amenity and open space for our community. We're providing a large and a small dog park, a playground with a swing set. We're providing trails with workout stations along the trails, also benches around the pond and trail. And we've also provided additional buffers, our landscape tracks along the perimeter. Surrounding the development is residential. Our project is not required to have these perimeter buffers, but we wanted to provide these buffers to provide a nice transition between our development and the existing developments. We include a 1.33 acre wet pond. This pond is a benefit also to the city. The city bought a parcel next door to this, to the east, that was supposed to be a pond for Puffin Road and William Lee Road. We have taken in the drainage from Puffin Road into our stormwater system that opens up that parcel for the city to use for whatever they wish instead of having to put a pond on it. The traffic, we have 68 peak hour trips. We have 6 total access points, 5 on Puffin Road, and we have a connection to the neighboring community in Rivercrest, which does provide the gridded network that the city prefers for traffic dispersion. Additionally, we do have our traffic consultant here to answer any traffic questions that you guys may have. There's minimal roadway impacts per the TIA. We additionally will be improving Puffin Road from our south property line all the way to William Lee Road. Additionally, there are other improvements in the area that are ongoing. William Lee Road just north of us is currently under construction for widening, which will help, along with Nora Tyson Road is currently being improved as well by other developments. As far as environmental, there's no recognized environmental conditions that this project is impacting. There's no high-quality wetlands impacted, no protected species on site. The stormwater management will be HOA maintained. Again, it treats the runoff from Puffin Road. Additionally, the roadways in the development will be private, paid by the HOA for maintenance, which Again, takes a burden off of the city where tax dollars don't have to go to maintaining these roads. Utilities will be by Tohoe Water Authority, electric will be by OUC. This is a single-phase development that will be intended to be built out in 2027 to 2028 timeframe. As far as our community impact, we're providing green infrastructure, reclaimed water for irrigation, and we want to provide amenities that promote long-term community health. Additionally, this infill project fits nicely with the projects to the south, which is an apartment and commercial that provides walkability and connection to the commercial along 192, which also helps prevent traffic if people can walk to these commercial developments instead of having to drive. Sorry, this is hard to read, but basically these are the same bullet points that we've already discussed. Staff has worked greatly with us. I just want to thank all of them for their help. They've been a great help in getting us to this point. Staff has recommended approval. Additionally, the Planning Commission also recommended approval. And I am here to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Cameron. All right, public comment. Betty Demke. Damke. I always like it when she's smiling when she comes to the podium.
Well, I'm going to shock everyone and ask you to approve this. Sean, that's twice in 1 year, okay? I have studied this plan with the developer and the owner and everybody, and it's a good fit for our community. I have a speech, but it would be redundant of what has already been laid out. This developer came to you with lower density. Can you believe it? That never happens in this county. Where they could put more, squeeze more homes in there, they haven't. They've utilized the space in a much better, productive way. Locating the pond along Lily and Lee, that fits well with the pond that's already there and gives a nice buffer between what will be basically highway Lily and Lee and the houses that will be erected. Thirdly, I love the rear loading concept. I'm sorry, you ride down these subdivisions and it's almost like going to a trade show for garage doors. That's all you see. They are offering the rear loading as well as front loading. There's a reason in place for both, but this isn't a concept I hope more developers will embrace. I'm cold, I can't freeze. I'm freezing. Anyhow, if you would consider the things that they're doing, they're giving more green space, a lot of positives for this rather than the normal. And it's definitely better than that 4-story apartment that was proposed and denied a year or two ago.
Yes. And thank you, Betty, for staying on top of this project and ensuring that it's a better product for the community. So we can always count on Betty to be out there as a watchdog. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item?
Good evening, guys. Carl Robinson, Dade, Virginia. I like dog parks. I like swing sets. I think it's a great idea. I never heard the word infrastructure. I didn't hear police. I didn't hear fire. And all these roads dump out on Narcoossee Road, right? I thought we just talked about Narcoossee being pretty messed up. What's the plan?
I'm not understanding what you're talking about.
All this community, all those roads from Puffin and Lily dump out onto Narcoossee Road, right?
There is access to Narcoossee Road. But what were you saying about police? I don't understand.
Well,
they will be paying their impact fees, their public safety impact.
Are we going to increase the capacity on Narcoossee Road to accommodate 300 or 400 more cars a day?
I don't believe this project's going to have 300 or 400 more cars, but that's
a couple 150
okay.
structures, 2 cars per house, right? I'm just worried about the
Th-
infrastructure.
This will also have access to 192, sir. In a few
That's
different.
pretty screwed up, too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, and I'm going to go ahead and kick off with the first comment. I applaud this project, coming in 2 units per acre under what they could have done. You know, it's unfortunate that I say this. I love our community. It's a great place. That's why everybody wants to move here. I think we're going to get an influx of more people coming down from up north now. But when developers will sit here and work with a community and not maximize what they can do, and not put in an apartment complex, and you know, obviously we know just south of this is going to be some large retail, and that is where we do want either medium density or high density, which what they have the medium density already allowed. So they're under 2 units per acre. A third of the property is either going to be open space or pond, and I like that the sidewalk's going to wrap all the way around the whole project, and the dog park. So, and also it's going to knock out Puffin Road, which has been a dirt road. Who knows where Puffin is? You know, it's because it's never been a paved road. And that's going to complete that segment, at least half of that segment. So I do want to thank the developer for working on this and bringing the right product and not the 4-story apartment complex. So council discussion.
Can we go back to the map for this project?
This one?
Yes. I know we've talked about, well, fire safety as far as for emergency calls, and I just wanted to ask Chief Miller if there would be any concerns of getting the trucks in and out of this neighborhood.
The long walk.
Like, all the eyes are on me. It's a long walk up
You
here
might as
from the
well
back
just
of the
sit in the
room.
front row.
Luckily, we have the station right there on North Tyson, so the initial response as far as for medicals shouldn't be a problem. You know, obviously, there's some traffic concerns that go on throughout school, but in this instance, we literally have a station, I think, about a half mile away. So for medical calls, the initial attack on a fire, I'm not concerned about as far as that goes.
So far as getting the truck in and out of this neighborhood, you don't see any issues?
No, it meets the code as far as for the dead-end corridors and stuff like that. It's well within code, so we don't have an issue. It's been reviewed by our fire marshal's office, and they're happy with it, so we're good to go.
Thank you.
And for the record, Dan, so everybody understands that if they have medium density already, they're allowed to put up to 10 units, I believe. So we can't just say, no, they can't develop their property. They already have entitlements to be able to build up to 10 units as with the density as well.
That's correct.
Right. So we can't just say, no, you can't build this property. As much as I'd love to go back 40 years ago when I was a kid and everything was orange groves and ranches, you know, they discovered our paradise down here. Everybody did, so.
If you wouldn't mind, I would love to answer Councilmember Paul's question as well.
Yes, sir, Cameron.
As far as our plan, we do have to submit an auto-turn plan that shows how a fire truck can make it through the community, which has been submitted to and approved by the fire marshal's office. Additionally, we are making connections to Rivercrest community as well as the connections to the eastern community at Star Ruby, which does allow, even if Puffin Road was blocked for an accident or anything, it allows the fire and police to get through the other communities to our development. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right, any other council comments? And can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban. All right, I'll go ahead and second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Nay.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right, will the clerk please read? I think there's two.
No, you need a motion on
We
council
need-
action item number 3.
Yes, can we get a motion on council item, I'm sorry, yeah, council action item number 3?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban. All right, I will second it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Nay.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Again, thank you, Cameron. Please continue to, any projects these developers bring to the table, continue to work with them to go under the threshold. And we love that, so thank you. And add as many amenities as you can. All right, will the clerk please read item number 4?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-72, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of approximately plus minus 0.42 acres identifies as Kevin Corner Project, CPA 25-0009, generally located north of 12th, east of 12th Street, east of Mississippi Avenue, and south of 11th Street, west of Eastern Avenue, from MDR, medium density residential, to commercial, providing for amending the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effects, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin again. This case before you tonight is for the comprehensive plan and zoning map amendments for the project known as K-Van Corner. The existing future land use is medium-density residential, and the proposed future land use is commercial. The applicant is requesting to change their zoning from R2, single-family, to business commercial, BC, on approximately 0.42 acres of land. This property is subject to recording of an additional restrictive covenant. This covenant specifically limits or prohibits intensive uses, otherwise permitted under the business commercial zoning district. Okay. This is the graphic representation of the existing future land use of medium density residential. And this is a graphic depiction of the existing R2 zoning district.
Can you go back one slide really quick? I'm sorry. Saw something real quick.
This one?
One more, please. Never mind. Forward.
This one?
One more. One more. Oh, was that it?
There we go.
That one. That's
Sorry,
what I'm looking at.
I don't know what's wrong with the
Thank you. That's
clicker.
okay. I have a really quick question. What's the blue? Oh, that's the mobile home. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Sorry. You're going through it so fast. I just
Oh,
wanted-
so sorry.
You're good.
Okay, there we go. On or before September 25th, 2025, staff recommended approval. At their meeting on October 21st, 2025, the Planning Commission also recommended approval. Likewise, it is requested that City Council approve ordinance number 2025-72 and 2025-73 for the comprehensive plan and zoning map amendments for the project known as K-Van Corner, along with the requirement of the restrictive covenant. At this time, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Mayor, were
Yes,
you
sir.
able to read the second item?
Is there a second on this one?
Yes. If you don't mind, can we read that in right now?
Yes. Would the clerk please read item number 5?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-73, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code. for the city of St. Cloud, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 0.42 acres identified as Caven Corner, project ZMA 25-00013, from R2 single to two-family dwelling to BC business commercial, generally located north of East 12th Street, east of Mississippi Avenue and south of 11th Street, west of Eastern Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
All right, thank you. Applicant, would you like to speak on this?
Good evening, council members. Jeremy Kibler, KDA Engineering, 2017 13th Street, St. Cloud, Florida, 34769. We respectfully ask that you consider tonight staff's recommendation of approval, which we, of course, are in agreement with. And we do also want to recognize that staff graciously worked together with the applicant and in a cohesive manner, and I think we've reached something that's very productive and will be a great contribution towards the city and help to unify the block that already has existing commercial in the area. As you can refer back to the existing future land use map. We also ask that you consider Planning Commission's recommendation of approval and respectfully ask for your approval tonight. Thank you.
All right, would council like to comment on this? Would anyone in the audience like to comment on this item? All right, I'd like to say something. This is, I think, exactly what we're looking for in this area. It should be commercial. You know, I believe that the business, there's a business just just north of this that is commercial all the way, and then from there all the way to Grape Avenue and all the way up the highway. This kind of completes some of that little enclave there. So I want to thank you, applicant, for bringing this forward. And can we get a motion on this?
Motion approved.
Motion approved, Councilmember. This is for item number 4.
Second.
We have a motion approved, Deputy Mayor Gilbert, second from Councilmember Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And can I get a motion on item number 5?
Motion approved.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Gilbert, second from Councilmember Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please read item number 6 into the record?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-74, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 6.20 acres identified as Nova Road Community Center, project ANX 25-00018, generally located north of Lake Lizzie Drive, south of Nova Road, and west of Juliner Road in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
Item number 7, will the clerk please read item number 7 and number 8 as well?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-75, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation approximately plus minus 6.20 acres identified as Nova Road Community Center, project CPA 25-00008, generally located north of Lake Lizzie Drive and southeast of Nova Road and west of Juliner Road from CCC Community Center County to CCC Community Center City, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability, effects, severability, copies on file, and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-76, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment, a zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 6.20 acres identified as Nova Road Community Center, project CMA 25-00012, from CR Commercial Residential County and RS3 Residential Single Family County to CCC Community Center Core City, generally located north of Lake Lizzie and Lizzie Drive, southeast of Nova Road, west of Juliner Road, providing for the entering designation of the official zoning map of the following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for the annexation, comprehensive plan, and zoning map amendments for the project known as Nova Road Community Center. This request meets both the statutory requirements and is consistent with our joint planning agreement with Osceola County, as it is contiguous to city limits and reasonably compact. The subject property currently has a future land use designation of community center and a commercial restricted and RS3 residential single-family zoning district within Osceola County. Sorry, that was the slide that I was supposed to advance to, and now the next one. The proposed future land use is community center, and the proposed zoning district is community center core. Both designations would not be effective until the effective date of ordinance number 2024-50, which is the future land use element. As you all may recall, once you guys approve the future land use element, it's transmitted to the state. The state does their review. After their review period and a short 30-day window for any interested parties to make any appeals, then it becomes effective. So it's not effective yet, but we base the effective date of these changes within the ordinance. We base the effective date upon the effective date of that ordinance. So we can move it forward prior to it being, prior to the future land use map and element being approved by the state, since it has been adopted by City Council. Okay, this is a graphic depiction of the existing community center future land use within Osceola County. And this is a graphic depiction of the existing RS3 and commercial restricted zoning district within Osceola County. Okay. On or before September 25th, 2025, staff recommended approval. At their meeting on October 21st, 2025, the Planning Commission also recommended approval. Likewise, it is requested that City Council approve ordinance numbers 2025-74, 75, and 76 for the annexation, comprehensive plan amendment, and zoning map amendments for the project known as Nova Road Community Center. At this time, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Okay, would the applicant like to speak on this item? All three of the items.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. John Adams, RJWA, 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. We're in agreement with staff's report and recommendation of approval and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. We ask for your approval tonight and be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
All right, thank you, sir. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And does council have any comments? And can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Item number 6. We have a motion from Deputy Mayor Gilbert, second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Can we get a motion on item number 7?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And a motion for item number 8.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, John. Will the clerk please read item number 9?
Yeah,
Yes.
item 9 was removed. I'll have to bring that one
Thank
back.
you. Please read item number 10.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-79. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 3 Performance and Citing Standards of the Land Development Code by amending Article 2 through 16 identified as Employment Commercial LDC Update Project Number CDA 25-00004, providing for severability, scrivener's errors, conflict, administrative corrections, codification, publication, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin again, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is an amendment to the city's Land Development Code to create a new zoning district of Employment Commercial, or EC. Article 2 establishes the Employment Commercial Zoning District and updates Table 3.2.1, which shows the zoning districts and which future land use designation they correspond to. The zoning classification is compatible with the Employment Center land use. The intent of the Employment Commercial Zoning District is to expand and diversify employment opportunities within the city. Any requests for this zoning district require support from the city, Osceola County, or the state of Florida. This article establishes specific criteria, which requires land to, oh, looks like it skipped a slide. Oh, give me a second, there you go. This article establishes specific criteria, which requires the land to be contiguous to 2 or more roadways classified as arterial or higher. It must contain a minimum of 100 acres. It cannot be located in a mixed-use master plan area or a JPA infill center zoning, or where a JPA infill center zoning may not be appropriate, and must have an administratively approved master plan. Okay. Article 6 establishes development standards that have to be included in the master plan. It also establishes permitted uses. Regarding the communication tower facility regulations, it is a permitted use subject to any applicable requirements within the Land Development Code. Okay. Article 18 establishes standards for fences, wall, and hedges. So essentially, this zoning district will be consistent with our existing highway business, neighborhood business, and professional zoning districts, unless it is specifically approved to be different within the master plan. Okay, Article 16 also establishes standards for signage, but allows the signage to be master planned as well to ensure continuity in design throughout the development. On or before September 29th, 2025, staff recommended approval. At their meeting on October 21st, 2025, Planning Commission also recommended approval, and we are requesting tonight that City Council also approve ordinance number 2025-79 for the Land Development Code Amendment for the establishment of the Employment Commercial Zoning District. And staff is available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And would anyone in council have any comments? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Will the clerk please read item number 11?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-80, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 327.4 acres identified as Neo City South Project ZMA 25-00016 from A Agricultural to EC Employment Commercial, generally located north of Clay Whaley Road, east of the C-31 St. Cloud Canal, south of the Cross Prairie Parkway, and west of Florida's Turnpike, providing for amending of the official zoning map of the filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effects, severability, copies on file and effective, copies on file of publications, applicability effects, severability, copies on file and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin again, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for the zoning map amendment for the project known as Neo City South. The existing employment center future land use was adopted with ordinance number 2024-50. Again, that is the future land use element update. So this is also going to be effective upon the effective date of that ordinance once it is approved by the state. And the applicant is requesting consideration of a zoning map amendment from agricultural to the employment commercial zoning district that was just approved. And they are approximately 327.4 acres of land. Okay, here is a graphic depiction of the aerial view for reference. And this is a graphic depiction of the employment center land use that is pending. Okay. This graphic shows the existing agricultural zoning district. And here is the proposed zoning district showing the zoning as employment commercial. On or before September 29th, 2025, staff recommended approval with the following condition. The realignment of Cross Prairie Parkway and Southbury Drive and any related lot reconfigurations may be administratively approved by the city manager or designee in order to expedite the review process for the construction of these framework roadways. Planning Commission at their meeting on October 21st, 2025, recommended approval with the condition as stated by staff. And we are requesting that City Council also approve ordinance number 2025-80 with the condition as stated by staff for the zoning map amendment for the project known as Neo City South. And staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
All right, Melissa, what was that lake just to the west of that? Just kidding. Come on.
I was like, oh no, I forget every time how to
Just
pronounce
call
it.
Toho.
Lake Toho.
Pacalaga. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening again. John Adams, RJWA Inc., 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. Agent for the applicant. We're in agreement with staff's report and recommendation for approval and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. We request your approval tonight and be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
All right. Can I ask Mr. Tomek from Osceola County, if he's in the audience, if he would like to come up here and I have a question. Actually, more of a comment. I always enjoy seeing you in council here.
I know how Chief Miller feels.
Now, Dave,
Mayor.
I just wanted to applaud Osceola County for the purchase of this property and not allowing residential to go on this 300 some odd acres. We need jobs in our community. This is where it's going to be. I know y'all have great plans for this, so I want to thank you guys, the whole county, for this one. So.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your staff and you guys as well, because it's a partnership.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's it?
That was it, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'd just like
Oh,
to,
Deputy
I'd just
Mayor.
like to echo that, Mr. Tomek, thank you.
Yeah, I want to say as well, at our last workshop, it was all about economic development, and we said we've got to get high-wage jobs into our city. This is high-wage jobs, and this is a lot of them. And like the mayor said, if it wasn't for that, we'd probably have more housing there, which none of us here want. So just want to thank the county for working with us on this, and I'm very excited to move this project forward.
Yeah, and for the county naming it Neo City St. Cloud. And we do love that name. So. All right. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And any other council comments? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item number 12?
Public hearing for resolution number 2025-139, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting a conditional use for a church in the I-1 Industrial Zoning District on the 1 ± 1.47 acres land known as DMI Business Park, project CNU 25-0005, located at 400 DMI Court, as described in the body of this resolution.
Tohoka Palaga? I'm still working on it. Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for a request for a conditional use permit for the project known as DMI Business Park. The applicant is requesting consideration of a place of worship within the I-1 zoning district, which requires a conditional use permit. The existing future land use was also changed through the update to the future land use element. So right now it is designated as industrial, but once the future land use element is approved, it will be identified as employment for the future land use. I-1 zoning district is compatible with both of those, so that won't affect the zoning, other than this zoning is effective upon the effective date of the future land use element. The services are proposed to be held on Wednesday evenings at 7 p.m. and Sundays at 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. with a maximum capacity of 30 members at the location at one time. Here's a graphic representation of the existing industrial future land use, and which is prior to the adoption of the future land use element. And this is a graphic representation of the I-1 zoning district for context. Okay. This is the sheet from the approved site development plan for DMI Business Park. The proposed place of worship will be operating out of Building 2. Right now, the red arrow points to Building 1 because initially they were planning on operating out of Building 1, but they have since notified staff that they would like to change it to Building 2. The subject property did receive approval of this site development, of a site development plan variance on November 2nd, 2023 for a reduction to their setbacks. In lieu of providing the 15-foot setback, the applicant was responsible for providing an alternate buffer design, and these requirements should have no impact on the proposed place of worship. On or before September 25th, 2025, staff recommended approval with the following conditions. I'll read all four into the record. The first one is the approval of the requested conditional use does not constitute the approval of the provided concept plan. Changes to the site will require approval of a site development plan and any additional approvals required by the Land Development Code. Number 2, no reduction in parking shall be permitted. Number 3, this approval is for this place of worship, the upper room sanctuary church only. Upon this church leaving the subject property, this conditional use shall expire. And finally, the last condition, for as long as the use permitted hereunder continues, in the event that stacking or standing of vehicles encroaches into the public right-of-way or otherwise interferes with the flow of vehicular traffic as determined by the city, the resolution may be brought back before the City Council for review and consideration of additional conditions to address traffic issues, or possible revocation of the rights granted hereunder in perpetuity. At their meeting on October 21st, 2025, Planning Commission also recommended approval with the conditions as stated by staff. And we are requesting that City Council approve Resolution Number 2025-139R with the conditions as stated by staff for the conditional use permit for the project known as DMI Business Park. Both staff and the applicant are available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Mayor, before the applicant, may I ask Melissa a question? So the parking agreement, is that still a condition?
I'll let
It's in-
Marcos
it's in your
answer
s-
that
It's in
question.
the staff memo and it contained in the item, but it wasn't in your presentation.
Good evening, Marcus Bastian, Deputy Director. I believe that we were discussing about having a parking agreement as part of their next phase of development because there was some concern with not having enough parking for all the uses that are coming into this first phase.
It's listed on the resolution for approval. There's a condition on here about the parking agreement.
Yeah, that's why we're asking.
Okay, let me check that because I'm wondering if they carried over the Planning Commission slides and didn't change it in between. So let us check that real quick.
I'm sorry, Mayor, so could hear from the applicant now. while we're
Thank you.
looking at that.
All right, applicant, would you like to speak on this item?
Good evening, Commission and Mayor. Stephen Mosier, I'm the applicant, and available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, City Manager and Dan, City Attorney. That is correct. There is a condition missing from the slides. It's a fifth condition that says prior to the conditional use approval, a legally binding and recorded parking agreement shall be executed by the property owner of DMI Business Park Phase 1. This agreement shall clearly define the allocation, location, timeframe, and uses of parking spaces that will be utilized by the business of the proposed conditional use.
And Mayor and Council, although that wasn't in the presentation, it is included in the resolution item that's before you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Would anyone else in the audience like to speak on this?
Hi, I'm Danny Martinez. I'm the owner. We already went over the parking stalls according to the city ordinance. It's for, there's 7 parking stalls there, would be 4 for each one, so that's 28. That matches the city's requirement for that building. There'll be 2, over. But that's all I got to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, and council discussion.
May I have a question for Melissa? Melissa, can you
Melissa.
come up here? I'm sorry. I know she keeps coming up and
No,
down.
it's good.
Could you go back to the map of the parking in the layouts of the buildings?
Yes, sir.
I think Council Member Fletcher was looking at that also. We were trying to get a count of those total parking spaces. And then it has building 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, the place of worship, I understand through your presentation, is going to be in building number 2.
Correct.
Is there any other things going on in building 1, 3, and 4 during the hours of Wednesday, 5 to 7, and I would just say Sunday morning and afternoon?
I think that's a great question for the applicant.
Would the applicant like to answer that question?
No, it's going to be B&C Mowers is moving into 1. So it's just mowers and repair going on. But as far as the parking stalls go, I mean, they're not going to have that much business. So there's more than enough parking stalls throughout the rest of it anyways, on 3 too. So there's 7 stalls, they're probably only gonna use 4 of theirs.
I hope BT has a business, I mean. I would
Well,
hope
most
they-
of theirs
I
is
hope they
pull in,
prosper.
drop off, and leave.
And we're talking about between the hour
Yeah.
of 5 and 7.
Right,
That's what
right,
your question
right.
was.
Yeah, they shut down, I think at 3:30, 4.
Okay, yeah, well, places of worship are great, but looking at the parking, it will be a concern, and I think Councilmember Fletcher was looking at the same thing, were you not?
I had a question, Mayor. So in the backup, where the background information, it states the hours of operation. Does that restrict the applicant and the property owner to those hours? So say they decided to rent the facility for an event to one of the folks at the church like that during the day, what would happen in that scenario?
They could do that. If we don't add it as a condition of approval, then they could essentially change those hours of operation. So it was not a condition of approval.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like an honor system type thing, but I think it's a great idea to add it as a condition of approval because it's in the background. That's what they presented to staff. But if we don't make it a condition of approval, they could change it in the future without coming back to the city.
I mean, I don't want to, I'm not in the, I don't want to hurt the church. I don't mind approving churches. We do it all the time. I just don't want there to be a major parking problem for the
Right.
businesses and everybody else there.
We are limiting the attendance to 30 people at one time within the conditional use. So ideally, that would reduce the number of cars because typically, there would be at least 2 people per cars or 2 or more people per cars in a perfect world, but of course, we can't guarantee that, no?
It's not in there.
It's not a condition in the
Oh,
number.
that's not a condition, that's just what they also proposed to staff?
Right, so these are things that would be covered in a parking agreement, which I think is why staff was recommending the parking agreement. As part of the parking agreement, they're gonna be able to determine during which hours where they can park.
Which spaces?
Right, and then if they go outside that and there's a problem, then they have the condition already listed in here that they can return to the city council to review the conditional use to ensure that it's still compliant, and that's why there's a condition that it can be revoked. So that, it wasn't part of the staff's recommendation of the parking agreement, but that's why we do these parking agreements as a condition.
And Danny, that would essentially fall back on you if they violate the terms of that.
Yeah, I'd take, yeah, that'd be all on me. So,
Okay.
I mean, we're just following the city's ordinance at 4 to 7. So, I mean, that's as far as we could go with that.
Because we're not doing a conditional use for the church itself, right? This is
We're doing a conditional use for the assembly piece.
on the
So-
property.
For property, so the building is, even though it has a certain amount of square footage, it's being used in such a way that, as you mentioned, the other tenant in one of the buildings isn't gonna generate that much traffic, but this particular use is actually intended to generate up to 30 people at one time in the facility, so that's when the parking becomes an issue as it relates to how this particular building is going to be used. And also point out to you, the city manager is correct, there is a condition that would come back. However, that condition, I think, needs to be revised a little bit because it talks about standing of vehicles encroaching into the public right-of-way or otherwise interfering with the flow of vehicular traffic. That's a little bit different than parking on premises. If you think I read that to mean if there's a problem with the stacking on the public right-of-way, but what we're talking about right now, if there's a problem with parking internal to the site, I think that's what we're talking about possibly coming back. And if I'm incorrect about that.
Because I don't like putting restrictions on people's property, to be able to develop and stuff. But I guess it could be self-police because if you're going to get 3 other tenants and they're not happy with the parking situation, they're going to end up leaving, so.
Yeah.
That's typically what happens.
Go ahead, Danny, sorry.
It's, you're talking, the church is gonna have odd hours anyways compared to everybody else. So, and I got DMI Business Park 2 coming in, and I've already got most of that, you know, like pre-leased. So I already kind of like worked it all out anyway. So we should have plenty of parking.
Is number DMI Business Park 2, is that south of this?
Yeah, it's right beside it.
Where it says future driveway connection?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering why you didn't make those parking spots as well, but you're gonna have another project.
That'll be the
south.
new driveway, and then there'll be parking spots on each side, plus a new island. There's a whole bunch more going in with it.
Okay. Have you shared that with staff yet, an idea of that?
Yeah, I've already got it turned in, waiting on the second approval.
It's under review.
Okay. Are you gonna allow parking for the church there as well, if there's any issues, or
If
try and
need
work
be.
out some kind of an agreement?
If need be, they can.
Okay.
They're like, you know, the odd hours is what's gonna throw everything off anyway. But I'm just gonna assume that there's gonna be more than enough parking there.
I mean, if it's a successful church, which churches want to be successful and add to
Yeah.
the congregation, then,
Well, I
we just
think
hope
they're a
there's not a
smaller
problem.
church. I mean, we can ask him.
okay.
Obviously, the church's intent is not to violate anything that we put here. We were at a church in the county for almost 18 years. The building was sold unexpectedly, and here we are. So if we would have to come back for additional parking, we've been basically without a location since August 20th. So obviously, you know, we're going to do the right thing, abide by whatever the commission would suggest. If we did grow, then obviously we'd come back, but we're not here looking to violate anything or cause a problem to the community. We're trying to be a blessing to the community.
Right, yeah. Okay, so you need a place, obviously, because you're.
Yeah, we're pretty
you
much
need,
homeless.
The existing
So,
congregation, so.
Yeah, it was unexpected. You know, we dumped a bunch of money in the building. We thought it was gonna be donated. The building was sold. So we're at the mercy of the commission, but we're not here to violate or cause a problem.
Yeah. No, I want you to be successful, and that's why if you are successful, which I know you will be, that the parking's good. But obviously, with what you got, I think you address those concerns, so, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Does council have any other comments? And can we get anybody from the audience like to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Jim Moore, 3855 San Isidro Circle, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. I know Mr. Mosier. I've attended this church in the past. I also just kind of want to add in there too, a lot of families go to this church, so I think a lot of the parking problems will be, you know, I know his whole family comes in one car, one vehicle, so it's a small family church, a lot of small family that goes, so I don't think they were having 30 different cars. You might have 4 or 5 different families coming in cars that get to the 30 people, so I think when we're concerned about a lot of parking, that it's not gonna be that many cars. It's not gonna be 30 separate individuals.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you.
you.
Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this? And can we get a motion from council?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you, guys. Will the clerk please read? Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break here if we can. Meow? Good. And will the clerk please read item number 13?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-55, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 24.317 acres identified as Stephanie Lee Rothstein Memorial Park rezoning project, ZMA 25-0008, from A agricultural to OR open space recreation located at 2701 Missouri Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for a zoning map amendment for the project known as Stephanie Lee Rothstein Memorial Park. The existing future land use is park and open space, and this land use was changed with the future land use element, ordinance number 2024-50, so it will become effective upon the effective date of the future land use element update. The existing zoning is agricultural, and the proposed zoning is OR open space recreation, and there are approximately 24.31 acres of land. This is a graphic representation of the previous low-density residential future land use that existed prior to the adoption of the future land use element. Here's a graphic representation of the zoning map depicting the existing agricultural zoning district for context. On or before June 16th, 2025, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission also at their meeting on August 19th, 2025, recommended approval. Likewise, we are requesting that City Council approve ordinance number 2025-55 for the zoning map amendment for the project known as Stephanie Lee Rothstein Memorial Park, and staff is available for questions. This is a city-initiated zoning map amendment.
All right, thank you, Melissa. How come, are we changing the property that we have south of that as well, or just, and maybe it's a city manager question, the wooded lands that we still have?
This, I'm sorry? Oh, map.
You know, which, the wooded area?
Which is
Because
in
it
the
would be,
city's
it's all
ownership.
city property, so
We could.
maybe we can do it down the road, okay.
We-
I just didn't know why it would only be just that right now.
I think it's because that's just the current area that's really considered the parkland, where the other areas, it is considered the parkland also, though, so.
Yeah, we can certainly bring that back under a different application to change that one as well.
All right, thank you. And since we're the applicant, would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And any council comment?
I disagree with you, Mayor, that we should look at the other piece.
Okay.
It just makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep, we have land there, that's.
You're right.
And now, and we're talking, I think, in further down here, or we already have, about the Massachusetts Avenue extension, so that's going to run through this property. Okay. Any other council comment? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Will the clerk please read item number 14?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-56, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment as a zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 0.118 acres identified as Romo Road rezoning project, ZMA 00009 from R1A Single Family Dwelling to OR Open Space Recreation, generally located on the southeast corner of Romo Road and Eastern Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, following the Planning Commission's recommendations. Proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for the zoning map amendment for the project known as Rummel Road. The future land use is park and open space. This one is also subject to the future land use element, ordinance number 2024-50, and the effective date will be based upon the effective date of that ordinance. The existing zoning is R1A, single family, and we are proposing to change the zoning to OR, open space and recreation, on approximately 0.118 acres of land. Here's a graphic representation of the previous low-density residential future land use. And here is the graphic representation of the zoning map depicting the R1A zoning district for context. On or before June 16th, 2025, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval, and we are requesting approval of ordinance number 2025-56 from City Council. And this is also a city-initiated rezoning request, so staff is available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And council comments?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir. Deputy Mayor.
If I may ask the city manager or Melissa, this .118 area, is any of that going to be used for the Rummel Trail?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just need clarification. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And any other council comment? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Will the clerk please call item number 15?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-57, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment, a zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 0.97 acres, identified as Cannery Park rezoning. Project ZMA 25-00010 from R2 single to two family dwelling to OR open space recreation, located at 901 Virginia Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, following the Planning Commission's recommendations. Proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is the zoning map amendment for Cannery Park. The existing future land use is park and open space, but it is also subject to the future land use element, ordinance number 2024-50, and the effective date will be effective upon the effective date of that ordinance. The existing zoning district is R2 single and two-family dwelling. We are proposing to change the zoning to OR, open space and recreation, on approximately 0.97 acres of land. Here's a graphic representation of the future land use depicting the land use prior to the adoption of the future land use element. And here is the zoning map representing the R2 zoning district for context. On or before June 16th, 2025, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission at their meeting on August 19th, 2025 also recommended approval, and we are requesting approval from City Council on ordinance number 2025-57 for the zoning map amendment for the project known as Cannery Park, and staff is available for questions as this is also a city-initiated application.
All right, thank you. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And is council familiar with this property? He's got his picture in there. Well, I like to complain about that because I pulled the weeds on that before y'all even got to fix it up, so, in middle school.
Before us or after?
Before you, I was in middle school, I know. No, there's a picture with Miss Powell, was my middle school teacher and your elementary school teacher, but there's a picture when he was in elementary school in that building, so that's real cool. Any other council comments on that? All right, can we get a motion on that?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, on to council action. And will the clerk please read resolution number 1?
Number 2, we already heard number 1.
Oh, you are so right. Bless you. Bless you. Will the clerk please read number 2?
Resolution number 2025-166R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, authorizing the purchase of one 25 Courageous Fire boat with operations available through GSA contract number GS-07-36 and the award thereof to Jervis Aluminum Boat LLC, DBA Metal Shark, and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Jason Miller, Fire Chief. As previously approved, funding was done earlier this evening through the budget amendment. This is for a 2025 Courageous Fireboat. It is a 25-foot-long boat, has a great warranty on the hull and structure, T-top for some shade for our personnel, twin 200-horsepower Merc motors on it, obviously emergency lights, sirens. It's got a GPS display, FLIR unit, and a fire pump, as I had previously mentioned. Again, previously mentioned, our old boat is a 1989 boat. It's well lived its life. It's ready to be retired. We feel like this is a great boat that'll lead us not just now, but for future years. As the city grows, we wind up running more and more calls on the lake, as was previously mentioned, and this will be a great asset to the department. Staff recommends approval, and we ask council for the same.
All right, can you go back to the picture? Is that what it's going to look like? Or is that going to have an enclosed cabin? I've seen other pictures.
It will be similar to this. The front, actually, it's a straight, I guess, windshield area. It's going to have a little bit more of a slope to it and a little bit more T-top to it. This is the closest representation they could get us on the fly, so.
Very cool. All right. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And council comments?
Just 300 gallons per minute of water?
That'll be plenty. Too much more than that, we might sink the other boat.
Will you take us for a ride on it?
I will be more than happy to. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to. And just as a side note, Ms. Powell was my middle school teacher also, so.
We were her favorite students, weren't we?
That's right. Infamous.
She took it easy on the elementary school kids. All right, any other council comments? Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And I thank you.
Thank you. And will the clerk please read item number 4, because we did 3 already, right?
Discussion and possible action regarding the review and determination of the applicant's appeal request for project number COA 24-00022, Historic Preservation Board approval with conditions located at 1122 New York Avenue.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is a request for an appeal to a decision made by the Historic Preservation Board. The subject property is located at 1122 New York Avenue. The original scope of work included exterior modifications, which included the replacement of the second-story windows, removal and repair of existing stucco, and modifications to existing openings. The conditions that the Historic Preservation Board approved the certificate of appropriateness with included standards from the Secretary of Interior, and they don't necessarily support or recommend removal of this stucco. It's recommended to repair the stucco by only removing the damaged material and patching with new material that duplicates the historic stucco. At the time the certificate of appropriateness was submitted, official window materials and design had not been submitted, which required the board to allow staff to review those details at an administrative level once submitted, and that's where condition number 2 came from. Sorry, I forgot to advance the slide. Okay. The applicant is requesting to appeal the Historic Preservation Board's decision regarding the total removal of the existing stucco. In their provided appeal letter, the applicant cites that in order to ensure structural integrity of the building as a whole, they need to remove the stucco in its entirety to assess any damage beneath it and make repairs. However, they are requesting to replace the heavy textured stucco with a modern sand finish once completed. This is a graphic depiction of what modern sand finish stucco looks like compared to what is currently existing on the building. The heavy textured stucco is on the right and the modern sand finished stucco is on the left. The Secretary of Interior standard does allow for removal of facades such as this in order to preserve the structural integrity of a historic building as a whole. Specifically, their standards state that they do not recommend patching or repairing stucco without removing the source of deterioration. If the source is underneath, the applicant must remove it to determine. Staff would support the removal of the existing stucco. However, the existing texture must be replaced. The sand finished texture is modern, and the application of that would not be supported by staff. This is the 1912 photo that shows when the two buildings had different facades. When the two buildings were altered, the heavy textured stucco was applied, which can be seen by the seam that shows on the existing building. The proposed sand textured stucco finish is a modern application and would obscure a finish that has been in place, at least in part, for over 100 years. At the time of the original construction, the current building existed as two separate buildings, but they were adjacent and were eventually stuccoed over with that heavy texture stucco, which gave it the appearance of it being one cohesive building. There's a visible seam down the middle of the east elevation that shows the two buildings were joined, and you can see that on this photo. You'll see that the seam is there where the two buildings were joined with the stucco facade. Okay. The applicant did note that they would be able to replicate the heavy textured stucco if it's deemed appropriate by council, and so staff is recommending approval with the following condition: that all proposed work of the appeal may be completed apart from the sand finished stucco, and the finish must be the heavy textured stucco. So we are also requesting that council approve this appeal request with the condition as stated by staff, and staff and the applicant are available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is William Campbell. I live at 816 Maryland Avenue, St. Cloud, Florida 34769. I'm also the treasurer and the trustee of this St. Cloud Lodge, number 66 of the Independent Order of Odd Fellows. Yes, I'm an odd fellow. So that lodge building has been in existence over 110 years, and we've been in that location for over that long. I don't know when the stucco was changed, but we are looking to appeal this for a couple of different reasons. We don't particularly care for the aesthetics of that, especially with all the other buildings around the area that are in the sand finish or stone or something of that nature, more of a modernized. We don't mind going back with a little bit of a texture, but that thick texture has a lot of weight on that structure. A second reason we'd like to remove that stucco, that heavy textured stucco, is to look at the structural membranes behind that. The reason being that we did tint that building for termites about 7 or 8 years ago, and we had to tint the whole block to do that. But we went to the expense and had that done. And so we did have a termite problem. Hopefully we've got them under control now, but we don't know the damage that has occurred behind that wall. So we would like to remove that texture, and we would love to go back with a stone finish because that's going to match a lot of the buildings that are in that area. I know it might not be the thick texture, but again, the picture that you've seen is what the building was originally looked like, all right? So there's many different types of finish on that, but we do own the whole building, both sides. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Even I could get you an application to be an Odd Fellow.
I've been an Odd Fellow. I was on the baseball team, 13 years old, Odd Fellow, so.
My person,
orange uniforms,
Mr.
thank you,
Walls
by the
here
way, for that
from
one.
Wall Brothers, he was on the baseball team there for the Odd Fellows, yeah.
What was the original finish in that picture? I couldn't really tell. It was a little dark.
I can pass it around to you if you'd like.
Well, what, do you know what it was? What was the, was that a
The
stucco type? or-
right side or the left side looking at the building, I guess, was tin, okay, metal. Yeah. So the left side appeared to be metal, and the right side used to be a stone, but I believe that was a veneer type of stone. It's only about an inch and a half thick, but it had a kind of a design on the block. We still have some of that on the side, the north side of the building, which is on the right, and inside the building. That used to be a theater. Lutz Theater, I think is the name of it, back in 1910.
Okay. Because my question is couldn't we do a stamped concrete of like stone, like kind of similar to City Hall? That's a stone, or a stamped concrete or stamped
Yeah,
stucco
brick,
product.
yeah.
Is that something that,
We would do shiplap, anything of that nature that could be more aesthetic than the stuff that's on there now.
right?
That stuff holds water. If you look close enough, you can see on some of that thick trialed stuff,
Right.
you can see where it's dark, where it holds water in there. And I think we might even had some infiltration of water inside that. We do have the windows that leak, and we've been having to keep up with that quite a bit to keep that under control. So
Right.
That's
Well,
why
that's
we're
what I'm
wanting to
saying.
replace the windows and everything as well.
In lieu of that heavy stucco, you could put the thin stucco, but stamp it with a stone look.
Yeah, I'm sure I would have to get with,
Melissa, is that something that, instead of the sand finish look, because we're talking about more of a, not a modern look, we want a more of a historical look.
If I may call our subject matter expert, Stephanie Streeter, to talk about this, I would rather her answer the questions because she's been trained and involved in this more than I have been.
Okay.
That walk's intimidating. I don't know how Chief Miller does that all the time. Hi, Stephanie Streeter, Principal Planner with Community Development. So that is something that we could potentially look at. They don't recommend it only because we would then be changing out the materials. When we're restoring a project, if we were to restore it to how it used to be, they would want those same type of materials rather than just replicate the look of it. So it's not necessarily what it looked like, it's the materials that have become historic in itself. So that heavy textured stucco or heavy troweled stucco is what became historic in itself. If they were to restore it to how it looked then, they would actually need those materials to be. So it is something that we could potentially look at if it was the look, but I don't know that the Secretary of the Interior, that's something that they would support.
But what were the, Bill, when you said what was on there before, was that not a stone material? So it's made out of the same material if we put the stucco, I mean, it's a concrete-based sand, stone.
I would think that the stone on the right side is a concrete stone. So I don't think it's necessarily a stucco, but it's a stone. Like I
Right, but
say,
it's not metal, it's not wood, it's, the exterior finish would be, what would you call the exterior finish of this?
With the stucco, the new stuff, it's stone, right?
So instead of stone, I mean, well, then could you put stone on there, veneer? If that's what,
Yeah, like, I'm assuming that we could. Of course, a lot of that's going to be cost-effective and everything, and whether my contractor can do that.
and that's why I said, maybe if we replicate the look out of a concrete material to make it look the way it did. But that's something that you would have to discuss with the state.
We could look at the Secretary of the Interior, and if it would be the council's decision, once they remove it and determine the damage, we could approve it administratively rather than have it to bring it back to the Historic Preservation Board, where we can review the materials that they proposed, what would be viable for their finances, anything like that, and we could review it at an administrative level and compare it to what is our Secretary of the Interior. They have a table of recommended versus not recommended for material replacement.
So this appeal is asking for them to do the finished sand.
To remove it in its
What is it?
entirety and then replace it with the sand finish. So the removal of its entirety is the reason why we said they could only do that patch and repair, because the Secretary of the Interior never recommends removing a historic material in its entirety unless it's for the integrity of the building.
And that's wood frame behind this? And that's why there was termites, right? Okay. So, I mean, I support the removal of that if it's to protect the property and mitigate any damage behind there.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir, Councilmember Fletcher.
So you had mentioned termites and other issues. I see that your contractor's here. So is the structural integrity of the building, at risk if you don't remove all of this and put it back?
Don't know.
Right.
It's not been exposed. Okay? So we have not been able to get inside without tearing walls apart and stuff like that, whether it be exterior or interior walls. We don't know what this inside structural looks like.
Also, have you had the opportunity to meet with our historic preservation consultant regarding this?
So our historic preservation consultant does review all of our major reviews and provides her feedback. So that original feedback on the approval, the condition of approvals, is from our historic preservation consultant. So she is the one who recommended only repairing it in kind. I do want to point out as well, if we potentially remove all of it and then replace it with a material that it is not what it originally existed, this is part of the National Historic District, and it is part of the certified local government. There would be a potential, it's not to say that it would for sure happen, that it could lose its national historic significance.
Okay. And then one more question. How long have you been going through this process? I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about this process because for me, I have to balance economic development and investment in our downtown versus historic preservation. So I'm curious to know how long the process has taken for them to get here.
For this appeal, so they, I
No,
believe-
not the appeal from the beginning to the end.
From here, I would have to look. I would have to look at the dates. I believe this one moved rather quickly when they submitted, and when it gets reviewed, it takes a 20-day review because, again, we route it to our historic preservation consultant. If she has any comments or conditions of approval, we move it forward to the next meeting that was available. So I believe this one moved rather quickly. I would just have to confirm on our.
Okay, because in the background information, it says at the April 8th Historic Preservation meeting, so it just seems like a long time when they're just trying to, I know it's not you, it's the standard that we have. It's just that, because I had asked for a workshop on historic preservation and different things, and, I'm interested in ensuring that we can make this process, streamlined as possible to both protect, the integrity of the downtown and the historic district while also balancing economic development. So, thank you.
So staff is recommending approval of the appeal, so everybody's on the same page.
Our condition would just be with the heavy textured stucco to remain consistent with what existed. So we are recommending approval of the appeal, but rather than the sand finish, we're requesting the heavy textured stucco because that is the historic look and the material of it.
So what's the appeal then?
The appeal, they want to remove it in its entirety. The original condition was that they could only repair and replace the damaged portions of the stucco. And then there's also another part of the appeal that they were doing the raised trim bands on the window, which we are also in support of.
Okay, thank you. Dan, I understand the historical stuff, but if they put a material there that is of that time period, would that not suffice? I mean, that's really what we're looking for is to have the look of what would have, of what it would have looked like back
But
then,
as
right?
Ms. Streeter pointed out, the whole concept of the historical preservation is to basically includes the appearance, but it also includes the material. So from the strict standards of your historic preservation ordinance, the Historic Preservation Board and the Interior Secretary's guidelines includes the material. So staff and everybody is really locked into that. That's why this appeal process is here. The council can decide it's okay with making a change, but staff's following the rules under the code, and so do the Historic Preservation Board.
Mayor, may I have two questions here?
Yes, sir.
We talk about, and Mr. Urban, help me out with this because you do this for a living, the integrity of the building. I don't see how they can not take it all down to see how the building's integrity is existing. It'd be great if we followed the historic and as close as we want, but we don't want a building falling down because we're putting 10 pounds of things where today, if we can get that same historical look for less wear on that building, it's 110 years old, has some termite damage, so we don't know what until they take it all down. If we don't let them do that, they might be doing this again in 3 to 4 years because more leakage. So I think we have materials now that keep the historical look, but don't have the weight. I mean, 110 years ago, they had lead paint. We don't do lead paint anymore. So I'd just like to ask the council to consider being able to continue the historical look, but with a modern material that's not going to be as much wear and tear on the integrity of the building, not keeping it standing. It's 110 years old, built by wood, has termite damage. The more weight you put on the side of it, the more it's going to hurt the building in its integrity. And that's what I thought she talked about. Historical has to be the integrity. So I yield back to you. That's my only, and Mr. Urban, if you know, because you're a builder.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're not going to know what the damage is until you start tearing into it. So it's, I would be on the side of letting them take it all down. And like you said, and like the mayor said, maybe just getting something that looks, that historic look. It might not be exactly the same, but I would be in favor of that.
I think we've all gotten into a project where we've removed something and said, oh my gosh.
And then more.
Yeah, money pits.
Yes.
Bill?
Yes, sir. I would just like to say that, I mean, I don't want to lose the historical part of it, but I don't want to see a historical pile of rubble either because the building is falling down. So, you know, and we will try to work as best we can with trying to duplicate something of the lines of maybe the material that's on this building or something. We really don't want that rough or thick troweled stuff because, like I say, that stuff holds water. We really don't want to do that. If not, we don't have to do a sand finish, but you know, that thick trowel stuff, and I don't know if y'all have been by that building, but it's an eyesore compared to the other buildings around there. So we'd appreciate any of this appeal that you can approve and move forward with it. Thank you.
That building to the left, so those are both together now, right?
They are,
So
yes, sir. We
is
own
it
both
upstairs
sides
or
of it.
a wall removed upstairs? I've never been up in the meeting.
More than
room. Is
welcome
that-
to stop by.
Okay. No,
But
so
it used to be a theater, I think, on the right side, which would be the north side. Okay, it used to be a theater, the Lutz Theater and stuff. I'm not sure what the other side was, but that's kind of a dining hall for us upstairs, and then our lodge hall is on the north side, this right side of the building there, looking at it, so.
Yeah, and I know
But it
y'all
is-
have, the businesses that are in there now, you know, y'all have invested a lot of money in, whether y'all or the business, to really clean those up and put some.
Right, and we
really
would like
cool
for it
stuff
to be aesthetic for the business, our renters, our tenants in there, which is a couple of good businesses and stuff like that, and we would like to see them flourish too as well because of a nice-looking building.
Okay, now what about the metal on the south side of the building? Is that going to remain?
We would like to cover that with possibly the same finish or sand finish, with that being a building. Are you talking about, you're talking about the south side of the building
Yeah,
itself,
next
right?
to the brick Quinn
Yeah.
building, right? In the,
So it would be on the south side of the building,
Say
which
Quinn,
is
Diamond,
metal now.
Snow construction.
And it runs long ways instead of up and down. And we would like to put sand finish on that as well, down the south side of that building. Again, we've had some leakage in those windows, so that tin is not, and replacing the windows and stuff with the band.
I personally would be okay with the stucco coming down, and especially if you're doing it to ensure that the damage is fixed or any mitigation necessary. But I'd also like something that pays attention to the historical look and to mimic that if you can.
Yes, sir.
What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I agree.
Yeah, is that?
Yes, sir.
Pat, is that doable?
Yes.
Yeah, can we edit your name for the record, please?
Patrick Wall, 4156 Littman Road, St. Cloud, 34772. I was at the building today for 2.5 hours staring at it. There's 30, 34, 35 different repairs to that stucco. That picture you're looking at right there from the right to the left are two completely different stucco finishes. Completely different stucco fit. None of the repairs match anything. They don't match anything at all. I sent pictures to several people. If you look at them, the count of 8 on my appeal is not even a third of what, I stood there all 2.5 hours today and looked at every square inch of the building.
And you've done this before, right?
Oh, yeah, it's done.
I know, yeah.
The stucco's gotta, it's gonna come off by, if we don't take it off, it'll be off.
Yeah.
It's coming off. If you look up high, the building is shaped like that.
There had been some damage in the past, not like 5 years ago or so, something came down on it, or no?
I'm not sure. If you
Okay.
look under that
Maybe
blue
there was just
awning,
renovation that needed.
there's a strip of, it looks to me like tar, bull, that was at one time flashing
Where was that at?
right on the face of the building,
Okay.
right where the awning, the blue awning mounts.
That's what I'm thinking of. I think this was maybe 10 years ago. I think some had
Yeah,
fallen
something
off.
happened, and now
Yeah.
that tar flashing strip is just dry tar painted that yellow color. And just under that little notch area where the two doors are, there's probably 7 or 8 finishes within a 6-foot space that go around those doors. You can't see them too well in the picture, but I have pictures of all that. If you just walk down there one time and just take 5 minutes, glance at it, you'll see, you'll almost not be able to count the different repairs that have been done, and none of them match anything else. Each one's a different repair, a different stucco finish, a different mess. You know,
Well, and let's face it, that awning is not a historical awning. That look
Not at
is
all.
not, is that something that's going to remain?
we're gonna take it off, do the repair, and then if they want it back, we'll put it back, but right now our plan's on to put it back. The sand finish is Greece, Rome, the pyramids, they were sand finish, so.
Is
I'll
that
put whatever
historical?
finish they want on.
What do y'all think? What's the,
Unless you want us to put a porch on it again.
I don't think the,
The
yeah.
building department would allow that, though.
All right, and obviously we don't, Stephanie said that this is on the historical registry. Does it definitely affect that? I mean, do we know that would, based on repairs?
Based on the repairs, it could affect it. So there are certain things that the material, the look of the building, when it was surveyed, this is how it looked, and that was what made it its National Register nomination, its status. So changing the look of the building could put it in bad standing. It's not a guarantee. The state would be evaluating it when we submit. We have to submit a certified local government report every year. So that would be some of the changes that we would have to submit and let them know. So it's not a definite, but it's potential.
Yeah, and I think for the purpose of this is to mitigate any damage. I think that's, and just because it was done that way in the past doesn't make it right. Like Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Gilbert said, they used to put lead in the paint and asbestos in our floors and the walls, and me and Dan talked about that today, that, you know, it wasn't always done right in the past, and so, thank you. Marcus, did you have something?
Good evening, Marcus Bastian, Deputy Director. You probably don't know this, but I'm actually an architect by education. So I just wanted to lead into a couple of things that we discussed tonight. I think we have to separate two very different questions. Number one is the replacement and the questions that all of you alluded to about replacing part or replacing the whole. Having worked in structures like this in the past, I know that once you do that and you have to repair the membrane, there's a very good chance you have to replace the whole wall. Because you start from the bottom. If you replace just a patch, what happens is that damage essentially just moves to a different location on the wall, and 5 years from now, they're gonna have a different issue in a different part of the building. So that aside, I don't think that anybody here is questioning the fact that they might have a case for just replacing the entire stucco. Now, about historic preservation, Stephanie mentioned this. It's not about appearance. We could do all of this with vinyl, and we would, you know, Disney does that all day long. That doesn't make it historic. The historic preservation criteria is based on time-specific aesthetics, right? Like if you have a specific accepted set of norms for that style of building, which this is like the English stucco that they were talking about. And then you have the materials and the techniques, right? So the material here is the stucco, and we're still talking about replacing with the same stucco or with a culture stone. So when you talk about that veneer, and I cannot tell from that picture what that was, if it was indeed a veneer, I have to believe that if they still have samples, that it is a culture stone, which is just like a concrete, you know, formed in place. But then you have to replace that with something that is acceptable material-wise. And then that's how you ended up with the specific look, is just a combination of the aesthetics, materials, and the technique. So just replacing this with, you know, a material that will not be accepted, that's when you get into the issue of invalidating your historic significance.
All right, thank you. All right, well, that's.
Can I make a comment or ask a question? I mean, what's there now is not historically accurate to what was originally built, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, I do understand what Marcos is saying and what staff is saying. I do understand that, but to be honest, I think anything is better than what's currently there now. It's definitely in rough shape. It looks pretty bad.
What year was this stucco put on? Does anybody know?
I do not, no, sir. I know the picture on the building is, this picture was in 1912, right? So, and we took the building over shortly right after that. So I don't know exactly when this stucco was placed on it.
And you don't have any pictures from the 40s, 50s, or?
Unfortunately,
whenever?
I do not. And I would say I would maybe go out on a limb and say that to get rid of this heavy trowel stucco and go with maybe a sand finish, we would maybe be willing to lose our historical.
When you guys added this awning, did you already have the historical designation?
The awning was there when we got it, yes.
So you applied for the historical designation after the awning was on there?
I'm
You know what
pretty
I'm
sure,
saying?
yes. I mean, we've got a plaque, but that was, I think,
Right.
from Main Street.
So they recognize that awning as historical. They still gave the historical designation, knowing that this is a 2005 awning.
There's not a state plaque from the Department of the Interior of the state designating the building as historic. We have our downtown historic district is a national historic district.
Correct.
And then we are a certified local government, so they all go hand in hand.
Okay, so they would only lose it if we decided to not acknowledge it.
They look at the entire district, building
Right.
permits within the entire district. So any demolitions that we had, I mean, we can still demolish a building and not lose it, but like she's saying, at some point, they're, as Ms. Streeter said, at some point, they're gonna look at, have we done so much change that it's lost its overall value as a historic district?
Yeah, and I don't think that approving an alternate finish than this is going to destroy the whole look of our whole district. I think we have a number of historical, I mean, hell, they let them tear a building right across the street down. So if we let them tear it down, then it will still keep our designation, but if we change the stucco or risk, I don't think that that's the case. And I'm not saying you're saying it is, I'm just putting that out there that I'd be in favor of allowing them to change the stucco on this.
Mayor, I would agree with that, and I'm prepared to make a motion, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve removing all of the stucco and replacing it with what has been proposed by the applicant. Did I word that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Yes, Dan.
Well, so we're calling it, what's it called, the sand finish? Okay. Sand stucco finish.
With the sand stucco finish. And I'll get to my car, and Paula will already be sending me a text message.
So what you're basically granting their appeal.
Right.
Of the historic preservation decision and allowing them to remove all the stucco and put the sand stucco finish.
But removing the condition from staff that it, right? Is that?
Right, you're not accepting the condition from staff.
Right. So
they can
approving
remove
without.
all of this stucco.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Fletcher to approve.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Clarify.
All right,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we could just clarify, so can we talk, there was the issue with the bands, is that still needed if you do the sand finish?
Just pointing out that their request included the installation of raised trim bands with sand finish around all windows to protect vulnerable transition points.
So that would be part
They
of
still
the
needed to do their
installation.
the raised trim bands as well, but that was part of their appeal request. So
Okay,
if council
so
approved the appeal
that would
request,
be
it's still.
consistent, that would be incorporated into the sand stucco.
Thank you very much. Come out and see us.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Oh, I thought we still had a whole page left. That was the last one. All right, I'm not going to read this whole thing because there are no first readings and introductions at this time. City Attorney.
I do not have anything, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Manager.
Thank you. I have two items. First, as you know, there was an advertising error the mistake was not the city's regarding the final budget of last fiscal year that needs to be adopted in November. And we've requested to do the special meeting on Thursday, November 20th, before the city council workshop at 3 o'clock. Just looking for consensus on that. Thank you. And then second, I had the pleasure of meeting with an Eagle Scout yesterday named Austin Cobb. I feel it may have been a month or two ago, I had a conversation with the mayor about the Veterans Park and how several of the structures out there needed to be painted. And at the time we were talking, I mentioned that in the past there had been an Eagle Scout who had come out and had helped us renovate out there. And so I reached out to one of the Eagle Scout groups that I had recently met with, and they discussed that with the Eagle Scouts, and Mr. Austin Cobb was excited to help us, and he gave me a proposal yesterday. I just wanted to let the city council know about it, that I'm going to be working with him. He's from Troop 192, and he has proposed to work on 2 artillery pieces out there. He's going to clean, paint, remove the mold, replace the tires. He's going to fundraise for part of the funds. He's going to bring volunteers together to help him with it. It's a great project. At the end, he'll have to put a little plaque on there acknowledging the Eagle Scout project, but I just wanted to share that with the City Council. It was an amazing presentation. Very proud of the man. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Paul.
All right, so I have a few items. Wanted to first say thank you to the individuals for donating turkeys. I was contacted by a nonprofit who needed turkeys for senior citizens here in St. Cloud. I put out a notice on my professional page, and residents and different people reacted to it, so I wanted to publicly say thank you to those individuals. They know who they are, so I don't want to call names out, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Concerns from residents about the Thanksgiving community dinner. Are we having that this year? I know they had it last year, but I think last year, but there's residents wanted to know if that's something that they're doing again this year.
I don't believe we had it last year. We had a drop in attendance, and so the city instead moved to, with that money, purchase turkey vouchers. We work with the Council on Aging and vet St. Cloud citizens who have a financial need, and we've been distributing the turkey vouchers the past few years.
Okay, so how many of those residents, is it 100 overall, or is it just 100 residents from St. Cloud that will be getting the vouchers?
It's all St. Cloud residents, if that's what the question is.
Okay, and what was the attendance for the community dinner that they had maybe a couple years ago?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that question, so I don't have that information.
Well, it was brought to me today, so I just wanted to get clarification on that. And then, because I know not everybody might not be able to get a turkey, but there are residents, maybe even seniors as well, who I guess enjoyed the community dinner. So if that's something maybe we can look at in the future, just bringing it up. And then wanted to say thank you to St. Cloud Main Street for hosting the Halloween downtown event. That was a great family event. It brought out a crowd. I had a table out there with my girls helping with candy, so enjoyed that event. And then also one last thing, I am attending the National League of Cities Conference in Utah, and there are workshops that require a ticket, and there is a fee of $100 per ticket, but wanted to bring it up to see if it was okay to attend those workshops. Of course, it will be like $300, but just wanted to put it out there and to make sure it was okay to, move forward with that. So if you're okay with it.
I'm okay if you take good notes and share.
I will do that. So, and then that's all I have.
Councilmember Urban.
Earlier in the meeting, during the public forum, there was a discussion about the theater group. I want to make it clear I do support the arts in our city and theater. I think what this group does is great. It was my understanding that the city staff had worked out a compromise with them that I thought was pretty reasonable, and I know this is our only chance to talk as a council, but I don't believe our intention is to push them out or leave them hanging or anything. I want to support that group any way we can, but we do support the arts, and we want to continue to support them anyway, and I know that our city will continue to work with them in any way possible. So that's all I wanted to say, and that's it. Thanks.
Yep, I agree with you on that. I think through a workshop, I think with staff still communicate with them, keep the open dialogue, I think something can be worked out. And Councilmember Fletcher.
I got a couple of things here. I had a resident reach out. There's a huge hole at Deer Creek Boulevard and Ricky Lane, so if we could have staff take a look at it. I was driving through the neighborhood trying to find it and almost destroyed the front end of my car, so found it. So if we could get that taken care of. Theater in the Cloud, I agree with the comments that everybody made. If staff could, continue to work with them, and then maybe we could put it on a workshop agenda for us to see how we can better support them and other folks regarding the arts here in the city. And then I just wanted to say kudos to the mayor and the Veterans Council for their event. I didn't have an opportunity to stop by, but I did drive by on the way to work, and it looked like the attendance was really good, and I seen fantastic things on social media and heard comments from folks who did attend. We've all really touched on the Lantern Festival. And then my final comment was, I received an email from Canoe Creek Sports Tavern. I don't know if that went to everybody. I know that we've been looking at, seeing what we can do with Krabby Bill's down at the lakefront. They have submitted, they sent us an email with really a draft. So I didn't know if the council was interested in them actually giving a formal presentation. But, all options open, I think, or at least hearing everybody would probably, serve us well. So if the council was open to that.
Yeah, I think at the last meeting with the presentation from Krabby Bill's that we were going to, where did we leave that? We were going to still work with them at this point.
Right, we were working on
Okay.
a revised lease agreement.
So it's done? Maybe okay.
I mean, I would be opening to listening to any presentation. I think if, I think I received the same email. I saw their preliminary proposal, but I would be interested in hearing them out. I don't think there's any hurt in that, but just one vote, so.
Yeah, we definitely hear them out. I just don't, where do we stand with that? Has there been negotiations back
No,
again?
We haven't dove into the negotiations on it, but the process would be, we got some direction at the workshop about what you would be willing to accept with Krabby Bill's. We were gonna work on a revision to the lease agreement, and we were gonna bring it back in front of you at a public hearing. Under your city code, to enter into a lease agreement in excess of 5 years, which is what Krabby Bill's was looking for, you have to have an advertised public hearing, especially advertised public hearing for that. The premise behind that is that other individuals who might want to lease the property can then come in front of the city council and say, we'd like an opportunity to do that. That's I think the general intent behind that provision of the code. It applies not only to leases, but also applies to any property that the city might sell. So I guess the concept would be that the city council can always hear from other potential tenants, potential lessees, whether you want us to reach out and ask them to submit an offer from those folks so that we can start gauging, staff can start gauging potential options.
I would be okay with that, at least giving them an opportunity similar that we did with Krabby's,
So would these be considered unsolicited proposals, but then we'd have to advertise?
Yes, then you
to
have to
allow
have
others?
Well, we don't have to advertise under this process like you would for an RFP or an RFQ or something like that. But it does presume that because you're going to have a published hearing when you consider the lease, that an individual could come in and say, I can offer basically a better deal for you. And so it's a little different process, but it does give potential tenants the right to come in front of the city council and make a presentation or a pitch to be considered. If you want, we could.
We could potentially have about 10 restaurants come to the table at that point, right?
You potentially could, yes. Or you could go to you could go the true RFP process and do it that way too if you want to.
How did you were around Krabby Bill's when we did that? Was that advertised out for any restaurants or?
Well, we went through the same process. The staff at the time went out there to seek a restaurant to be in there at the time. And when it came time to leasing it, we had the advertised public hearing, and no other potential restaurant showed up to essentially compete for the contract for the lease.
Okay.
So I think that.
Yeah. That's fine. I would like, however we need to do it so that they can, come and give us a formal presentation.
Deputy Mayor's got something on his mind.
Well, I do.
Smoke's coming out of your
Well,
ears.
I do, but because you think of things this way, competition builds a better business. And if we have people competing to go into that facility, they're gonna put the best foot forward. Extending a lease or giving that, then you're at the same old, which is fine, but competition beats success. And if you guys would look at that lease, it's a great lease for whoever comes in and uses that restaurant. It's a phenomenal lease, the square footage price, the lease itself. As we spoke of before, whoever comes in, I truly think we need to be out of the catering business, and they need to present a restaurant and a catering hall where we can get additional revenues for our citizens and offer that package where we're not overseeing that. Because I still don't think a city's not a good place to run a restaurant. We're just not built for that. So why, and nothing against Krabby Bill's, it's a great restaurant, but why not? Now is the time, the lease is coming up, I think it's a year from now. Whatever, Dan, you think, if the RFP, RFQ, or why don't we see what's out there? I don't know. Any input? Mayor?
I think you've got 3 already, so there's your.
Okay.
So are we doing an RFP?
No, I don't know what's really out there. I think you obviously have a interest expressed by Krabby Bill's to renew their lease. That would require a new lease, and Deputy Mayor Gilbert, we certainly intended for this lease to be significantly different than the lease that Krabby Bill's started with. Krabby Bill's signed that lease, it was intended to try to get a restaurant in a place there wasn't a restaurant already, to basically give them an ability to build their business. They've done, so that it's a different community than it was when the lease was signed. So we expected the lease to be much more landlord-friendly than that one.
Yeah, can I chime in really quick, Dan? I think that the last workshop, we were giving Krabby Bill's an opportunity to present something else, right?
Right.
And to say, look, and if we don't like it, then we can do this, right? That's kind of what we were giving them an opportunity. Was that not how we left the last meeting?
Well, we were going to bring back an agreement with you. Hopefully, we're going to negotiate something, because we hadn't reached an agreement as to the fair market value of the lease. We hadn't reached an agreement as to, at least there wasn't, that was left open at the workshop. The Deputy Mayor's point about how are they going to operate the catering pieces of it for the, for the second floor? What's the cost split going to be between them as the leaser and the city? We hadn't figured all that out yet. So there were a lot of deal points that still had to be negotiated before we could even get it to the point of bringing it back to us. And that's what we planned on doing. I actually think we had a meeting scheduled coming up in the next couple of weeks to talk about, from a staff perspective, where we wanted to go for the deal points. But since you're getting another inquiry, I think there isn't anything wrong with reaching out to those individuals and say, you heard already what we did.
I'm good with that, but I like to operate in good faith as well.
Oh, absolutely.
And she gave a wonderful presentation. We told them we'd give them an opportunity. Well, I don't want to throw that proposal away that came in our emails from the tavern.
For sure. So the intent is definitely not to derail the Krabby's. It's just, like, I'm sure that the other establishment heard about it because we've been talking about it, and then, it was like, hey, I would like Shot to at least give a presentation. So I had received the email and I had reached out. I said, I'll bring it up and see. It wasn't, it wasn't nothing more.
No, I
than that.
understand.
So-
I read it,
so-
and it looked like a great proposal. But I also, like I said, we did hear them out, Krabby Bill's, and we said, okay, we'll give you an opportunity. And we haven't heard back yet, but when we do, and if it's something that doesn't fit our appetite in that building, then, obviously that, we look at other proposals. But I think we gave them our word and said, look, we'll give you a chance to stay in there and bring something good to the table. And if they don't, they don't. So if they do,
And I do remember that, Mayor, and we did talk about them bringing something to us. In the interim, we got, I don't know if you all received it, but I received the email. Evidently, you did too. And I just know competition breeds it. But I agree with you also. I don't think we told them that we're going to go with you. But I think we told them we'll give you a shot. Maybe I'm wrong.
We'd give essentially the right of first
refusal
refusal on it. That
Okay.
come to the table with something, and if we like it, if it works for us, then, if it doesn't, then.
I think what we could potentially do is, you know, we had spoken with them at the last meeting and says, all right, well, let's get it, basically, it's kind of like teeing it up for council to approve it, is where we kind of, I think, left it off. And then if, you know, the tavern wants to kind of do the same thing, if they can be brought forward at the same time, then we will have the opportunity to choose, kind of like we did.
But then that breaks our word that we gave. I don't think you were at that workshop that we had. We told them, she gave a presentation, that's the only reason the public even knows, is we gave them an opportunity to continue with that lease based on their presentation. And nothing against you not
She
being
came
there.
here, I believe.
Oh, were you
She was
here?
here.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
but that's the thing, we gave her.
Right.
So respectfully, Mayor, I was very impressed with their presentation, and we said we move forward with looking at their agreement, but I didn't commit to any, I didn't say, yeah, we're gonna sign this agreement. I am not opposed at all to hearing out other offers while we're working on, I mean, I don't see an issue with doing that, and I give credit to this, another local business that had the initiative to send a proposal to us, and I don't see the issue of just hearing them out. We're not committing to them, we're not, you know, we're hearing them out, so, and I don't look at that as going back on our word, but that's just me.
The part where we are going back on our word, we never committed that we would go with them, but we did commit to them, we give an opportunity before we looked at other options. And we can go back and look at that, and we can put a pause on this, because I don't want this board to be out there saying, yes, we'll help you, you know, we'll work with you, and then go, you know, say something different, you know, and because we have to have integrity with our citizens on this, you know, and the businesses. No, we didn't agree that they would stay in there for the next however many years, but we did say, before we looked at other options, we're gonna give you a crack at bringing a proposal that works. If it doesn't work, there's no harm, no foul in waiting until that, if it doesn't work. Because if they say we can't come to an agreement, then we say, okay, now we can open it up.
I could see that point, and then, I mean,
It
again,
doesn't hurt
it's
anything,
nothing
but-
more than just coming to speak. But, you know, one could also say that other businesses will say, hey, I didn't get the opportunity. The council didn't give us the opportunity to submit something.
But they're in a lease already, and we've already been, you know, this is all about, we were in negotiations with their lease. So it's almost like we're
they were
creating a
putting a
bidding war at
proposal
this point.
together.
Huh?
They were putting a proposal together for a refresh
Yes.
based on our comments.
Yeah, and
it's-
we
it's
told
not
them we would
complete.
we gave them our word.
Okay, I
That
see-
we
I
would
see
give
it-
them an opportunity first.
I see it similar like the P3, where everything comes forward together, we get to pick.
But it wasn't advertised at P3. If we're gonna do that, we need to advertise it to the world so that everybody has an opportunity. And that's where, if that's what we're gonna do, we can get 25 or 30 restaurants to bid on this thing. But there was.
Then I'm okay with that.
I'd be open to that,
Okay,
honestly.
and
I think we
Can-
would get a better response.
But I would like to also add that we gave Carly an opportunity to come here and share what they can do better for this facility. I think she laid out her presentation. Now we're waiting on, is it an agreement to give them the opportunity to review that agreement? And if they don't accept it, then we look at Plan B.
I agree 100%. We're not committing to it. Give them an opportunity to propose what they want to propose. And we don't have to, what if we all don't like it? Then it doesn't work.
I understand, I just respectfully disagree.
But that's just what we told them.
The way I look at it, it's the taxpayers' building. It's not Krabby's building. It's not Colby's building. And so why not open it up for, you know, I was very impressed with Krabby's presentation. And I thought, you know, I think they've been a great long-term partner. But why not open it up and see what options we can have? I think open it up to competition, like the deputy mayor said, just that's beneficial to everybody.
Could I comment on this?
Deputy Mayor.
With being respectful to everybody, if we committed to look at it, let's look at it. Yeah. And we still have time, do we not, Dan?
Yes.
There's not, it's not a rush, but I think there's a year left in the lease. Or somewhere, maybe I'm wrong. June, so we got 7 or 8 months. So if we can have them come back to us, look at it, and say, well, yes, great, or say, hey, no, we think we can do better, then that's what you said, at least give them that
That's
option. Is that
it.
what you said?
I mean, we
Are you
told
guys
them.
cool with that?
We-
And then if
we
it
would
goes
be-
that way? then
We would essentially be lying to them.
Well, yeah.
Because we told them, they came here, gave a presentation, wonderful presentation, and we said, we'll give an opportunity.
Okay.
And in the business world that I live in, I'm a man of my word, and when we say, yes, we'll give you an opportunity, we're not signing on the dotted line. We are saying we're giving opportunity before we look at anybody else. That's what we told them. We would let them present something.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here is not a man or woman of their word.
I just said I am.
I
Y'all
think
speak
all
for
five of
yourselves.
us are. I would think, again, I can't assume, because that's not a good thing to do. But if that's what we presented to them, then let's take a look at
Yes,
it.
we have to do good
Right,
business.
instead we banter around, if that's what we said, let's take a look at it. When we're gonna get it, I would like to ask the city manager and the attorney, so the timing is, if we have to turn left, we have enough time to turn left. If we wanna go straight, we can go straight. And that's gonna need time for us to review and get back with them. So I think that's fair to them. Is that fair to us as council? You guys okay with that?
We
That's
can work to get-
exactly-
We can work to get a proposed agreement with Krabby Bills in front of you at your January meeting. That will give you plenty of time to decide whether that works or whether you want to go in a different direction.
Yeah, because they're gonna put up what they can do. That's what they're gonna give us. If it doesn't work for us, we can go a different direction, which is,
Again, I've did bids and contracts for a long time. You have too, I'm sure everybody here is. So if that's what we said, let's take a look at it. We got 6 months to move on that, rather than look at what words we said and what we promised, because from what I understand, we didn't promise anybody anything. We did say we'd look at it, and that's what you brought up. Is that, am I wrong with that?
that's how I recall.
good,
That,
okay.
that's where we left.
If council's okay with that, we'll look at it, and if it's in January, we'll look at it in January, and then we decide if we move forward, turn left, turn right, or go straight.
And I think that if we don't like what they bring to us, then we open it up for anybody to apply.
I think I
Because
agree with
we
that
may have
1,000%.
a whole other restaurant come to the
Tony
table.
Roma's might come in. I'm just throwing out fictitious names. One of the steakhouses in DC, might come in and have a fancy steak. As you know, I love food. Sorry. I would like to update the council on FDOT.
Are you done, Sean? Sorry.
Oh,
I'm finished.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Oh, what is,
Oh, did
I didn't know
we?
if you had any other.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm done.
You good?
Yeah, that was the last comment.
You want to read my stuff?
I just want to make sure.
You
that
can't
was
read
the
that,
last one.
you can't read that chicken scratch. I'm going to give council an update on the FDOT Osceola update for the 26 and 27 plan. I just received it yesterday at Metro Plan, and it'll give you an idea of what we're doing and what roads are being worked on in 26 and 27. I'll give you it all the way through 5 years, but just so you can tell anybody, you'll have a packet at your desk probably by Monday, if that's okay. It's just what I received. I want to share it with you, so if you talk to citizens, they know.
You gonna share it now?
What?
Right now, you're gonna?
I just got the
Oh, you're gonna
packet.
get the
I'm gonna
packet.
I'm
Okay.
gonna have Sandra make copies, Mayor, and then give you all a copy of the packet that was delivered to me yesterday at the meeting.
Okay.
And it just shows you everything that's happening in Osceola. Seminole, Orange also, but that's really not a concern here at the council, but it'll show you everything we're doing, and we got some pretty big things coming up here.
Yeah, we heard about something yesterday in our leaders luncheon
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, so I wanted to do that. I know you're gonna go on this, but fabulous event. I've done events my whole life, and the city, the fire, the police, the volunteers, the board, everybody just really made that thing fabulous for a first-time event. So I congratulate everybody that participated in it, and look forward to it being a long-term successful thing for it. And with that, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Well, everybody up here participated in it because you guys established that Veterans Council, which created this event. And we had, of course, city manager was there, her whole family, the police chief, the fire chief, a lot of their staff. Even Jeff Cooper was there, came for the free hot dogs, I think.
Did he, Coop?
We had
All right.
Congressman Soto, State Senator Paula Stark. We had Senator Arrington. Yes, Senator Arrington was there. It was a great event, and we want everybody to come out Sundays, so I'm going to go ahead and plug it. Thank you for bringing it up. Soldier City Sundays, every Sunday except for that Christmas event after the parade. We're not going to do it that Sunday, but from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., community market, veteran resources. I think we're going to try and rotate every other week. Police will be there, fire will be there. It's going to be a great event. Everybody come on out, enjoy each other. Parks and Rec did an amazing job helping us out, kick this off. And, you know, we're kind of working through some of the kinks in the event, but Theater in the Cloud, Josh, they really stepped up and helped out a lot with that as well. And we had some great vendors and veteran resource, and I think this thing is going to continue to grow. And then a year from now, I can hand it off to the next council member to be in charge of the Veterans Council, which means you're in charge of that event too. So, no, I loved it. It was really a fun time. They had the cornhole out there, played games with the kids, and the police department brought the Bearcat out. Chief, thank you, both chiefs. Y'all were all out there, and of course we had. I know Mary Emma was out there, and just it was just so cool to get a bunch of directors and everybody really support this thing. Before I go into the rest of my stuff, I want to ask about Mutter Road. Do we put that on a list? Are we still looking at potentially connecting Mutter Road, or is that something that we can revisit?
We can always revisit. The city did take it off of the list a few years ago. There was quite a few different reasons. I think one of them was we needed to acquire some land, and the residents in Pine Lake Estates were quite upset. This was also at the same time as COVID, which caused public meeting issues, and you know, we really couldn't do a virtual meeting at the time with a lot of elderly people who had never been using Teams and Zoom and so forth. And then Public Works was always concerned about the connection into the transfer station area, so it got pulled off of our list. At one point, we've talked about doing it only for public safety access, then it's also been talked about for full public access. Whatever the council's pleasure is, we can always put it back. Mr. Felblinger, I think, has had multiple designs of it. He looks very excited back there.
Hey, Kevin, can you come up here for a second?
Mayor, that was originally built as going to be a thoroughfare, wasn't it? If you look at it, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like it dead ends right there at the city property. And there is some right away.
Yes, sir.
All right, can I get your name for the record, please?
Kevin Felblinger, Public Works Director.
All right, so you do have somewhat of a design for that road.
Yeah, like I said, Ostiel Engineering was working with us on it, I believe was the last people we were working with. And so we do have a 60% set of plans, I think was the last place we were at. I know there was also discussion about possibly just putting a trail down through there also, like I said, because there is a track that I think was one of the biggest issues we had when it was platted. It was platted for recreational use only as opposed to a roadway.
The city council years ago abandoned that right-of-way. Staff recommended against it. I might know the planner that was involved.
Is this the Pinewood Gardens?
Yes.
Wow, yeah,
Yes.
I can see why.
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that we don't have enough roads east to west to get people to where they need to go throughout our city. And if we have opportunities for connectivity, I'd like to look at it at least. And let's go ahead and we can throw it on a workshop in the future here, that we can discuss it more openly and go over the plans as well. So you don't need consensus for that. So
No,
we'll throw it on a
that's
workshop.
fine. That's fine.
All right. Veterans Day celebration at Lakeview. I spoke there on, I think it was Friday morning. Talked to about, I don't know, 500 kids. Amazing. I've never spoken to that many kids at once. And of course, their adults were their parents. And I'd say there were probably 25, 30 veterans there as well. Patty O'Brien, she invited me. She helps put that on every year. It's always an amazing event. And of course, Chairman Heather Cahoon was there. And I don't know if y'all know this, but Lakeview Elementary, I went there the very first day it opened up, along with this Christine Drake here and Lattice Drake in the audience here. She used to bully me in the hallways. She was in 6th grade. I was in 2nd grade. So, but Patty O'Brien started there at the same time. So how cool. She's been there for 38 years. I think she took a brief summer off, and then, so, yeah, it was so cool to be there, and my fifth grade teacher was there as well. She had brought her father to that. He was a veteran, so it was cool to revisit, walk through the library and say, oh, this is where I used to play Oregon Trail. So it was a great ceremony. Soldier City Sundays, of course, every Sunday. We spoke about that already. Yesterday, did the Osceola Sheriff's Office Veterans event. Of course, we had our police chief out there. What a great opportunity to be out there and be with the Sheriff's Department at McCormick Institute. So little did I know I was going to be part of that ceremony, so I had to sit up on the stage, but what an amazing event. Yesterday morning, me and Deputy Mayor Gilbert and, of course, our police chief and deputy chiefs, that we were at the Winn-Dixie rebranding. And I don't think this is getting enough traction, but so Winn-Dixie purchased half of their stores back from Aldi, and they're rebranding all of them, and this was the very first one out of all of the stores that Winn-Dixie still has. They're rebranding it, changing it from Southeastern Groceries to the Winn-Dixie brand, and changing their logo. And so all the executives were down here from Jacksonville, and they want to be community partners here. He spoke with the police chief. He spoke with all of them as well. We're going to definitely take advantage of that. So the next thing, what does this say? Oh, last night we did town hall at Neptune Middle School with the residents of Kings Crest. We had the fire chief, the deputy chief, all their command staff, Kevin, Mariama, Andrew, who else? I mean, it was a whole slew of us, and it was such a great event. We got to connect with the residents, kind of address any of their concerns. I think by the end of it, they were all thrilled to be city residents. They feel safe knowing that the police chief and the fire chief, they shared statistics of any of the incidents or calls they've had in there, what types of calls they were. And they said, we have definitely seen these officers in our community where we have never seen sheriffs come through there. So not knocking the sheriffs, but our police officers, they patrol, they get out there. They take preemptive action. They get out there and, what do you call that, Chief? Can you come up here? Slow down. You might trip.
I'm not taking that long run, so.
You have a term. What is that called?
It's intelligence-led policing. It's basically there's no calls for service. We're just checking out in the neighborhood. We're getting out on the radio, letting the communication staff know that we're there, and we're just basically interacting with the community. Just letting them know they're here. There's no calls. We're just coming around saying hello to everybody, shaking hands, and just want to make sure they see us. So.
Yeah. No, that was so cool. I really enjoyed being part of that, and y'all had a great dynamic duo. You both were there. Yeah. Jason, you can look up when I'm.
We're going to call them Sonic and Knuckles?
Exactly.
But everybody brought something different to the table. Deputy Chief Irving talked about growing up here, moved here when he was one. And me as well, had a similar story. So even George was there to greet everybody. So thank you for helping put that together.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. This morning I read to Stephanie and Bailey Ansbaugh's fifth grade class. Got to address any and all questions, and that was another cool thing. That's the first time I've got to read to a bunch of students. So I look forward to doing that more often. And also we did, 2 weeks ago, we did coffee with the residents. I thought that was really cool that we all participated in that. The next thing I've got coming up, November 21st, Humana reached out to me, and they're working with me on a turkey dinner voucher giveaway, and they're going to do 100 families, so 100 vouchers. And so I've reached out to the Council on Aging and partnered with them, so I'm going to do that November 21st in City Hall, I believe at 10 a.m. We're going to do it behind the escalator there. I'll have some more details on that. So if y'all know anybody in need in St. Cloud, please contact the Council on Aging. They're the ones that are going to put together the list. It's not going to be advertised out. We don't want just a free-for-all. It's going to be a structured voucher giveaway. So.
Is that going to coincide or be different than where we go to the council?
That's different. This one's next Tuesday. When is it? No, the Thursday before, the 20th. The 20th. That is the Council on Aging one.
Okay.
Yeah. This one, I reached out to the council because I wanted them to help me create a list. Okay. Because Humana wanted to partner with the mayor. I work with them at the museum. So they contacted me and said, hey, how can we work with you on doing something else? And so I reached out to the council to help them, because they have contacts with those folks, the people in need. Sure. And I don't. So if you have anybody that, other than whoever's on the city council event, then please call the Council on Aging.
And I know Councilwoman Paul had asked that question before, so there's a couple different avenues that we can follow that. Good stuff. It's really
Yeah, and I encourage everybody to bring those relationships to the table, because that's what it takes, is, those companies with the needs, the will, I'm sorry, the money to do so and get involved. And so I definitely took them up on it. Other than that, I've got nothing else to add. And let's go ahead and look at the information section here. Thursday, November 20th, we have a city council special meeting at 3 p.m. at the St. Cloud Community Center right here. Thursday, November 20th, 2025, city council workshop, 3 p.m. or immediately following the special meeting at the St. Cloud Community Center. Thursday and Friday, November 27th and 28th, city office will be closed in observance of Thanksgiving holiday. Thursday, December 4th, 2025, Community Redevelopment Agency, 3 p.m. at St. Cloud Community Center. Friday, December 5th, 2025, Tree Lighting Celebration, 6 p.m. at City Hall. Saturday, December 6th, 2025, the Christmas Parade, 10 a.m. at downtown St. Cloud. That's always a fun time. Saturday and Sunday, December 6th and 7th, 2025, St. Cloud Holiday Festival at downtown St. Cloud. Thursday, December 11th, 2025, City Council meeting, 6:30 at St. Cloud Community Center. And Friday, December 12th, 2025, Employee Holiday Luncheon. City offices will be closed 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. That is the largest amount of information, dates. All right, reports. We got the warrant lists. Number 1, fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 24-25, fourth quarter budget report. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.